Good morning to all members of our committee and good morning to our public. Welcome to House Education. We are prepared now to move forward with today's hearings on our bills. The first bill on the docket for today is HB 1164. Unfortunately, the prime sponsor and the only sponsor is upstairs, and he's going to try to get down here to us. So what we'll do on the interim, we're going to have, as we've done here in education many times before, we'll have it introduced by a member of the committee, and then we'll keep it open, and then if Representative Pearl is able to get here. This bill is revising the agriculture in the classroom committee. So with that, I'd welcome Representative Cordelli, who is standing in and willing to just present that bill to us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Representative Glenn Cordelli, representing Tufton Borough, Moulton Borough, and Sandwich in the beautiful Lakes region, and I would like to introduce House Bill 1164, which is an amendment to the statute for the existing agriculture in the classroom committee.
Thank you very much for introducing the bill. And is there anybody from the public who would like to speak on that bill at this particular time? I don't have any pink cards here. So I'm just going to keep this open in case Representative Pearl can break loose from his meetings, I believe, upstairs, and he could get here. So just hang loose at this time, please. And we have until 9:30 when the next bill starts. For members of the committee, we are streaming, so make sure your mics are off. We're streaming right now. Can you just give us about 30 seconds right there and whatever? Okay, for members of our committee, as I spoke earlier, that the chair was coming downstairs to speak on this bill. The bill is 1164. It has been introduced, Representative Pearl. However, if you'd care to like to speak on the bill, you're more than welcome to do so. Welcome to our committee, Representative Pearl.
Thank you very much, and my apologies. I had this on my schedule as next Tuesday. For the record, my name is Representative Howard Pearl from Loudon, and I represent Merrimack 26. I introduced House Bill 11. I submitted House Bill 1164 at the request of the Department of Agriculture Commissioner Jasper. He had some concerns with the language as it was written, and he wanted to make some changes. So he provided this language for me, and with his assistance in the AG's office, this is the language that we had. I was hopeful he was going to be here to really describe it, because I'm not necessarily prepared to do that, but I wanted to introduce it and offer it to him to describe. So I do not know, I don't see any members from the department here. I won't do a good job describing it, honestly, because I was really prepared for him to do it. So. But I can tell you that there's no substantial changes, but it does fix some areas where there were basically two different sections in law that we had like competing committees that were occurring, and they really needed to be appointed by the governor, so rather than the way they had been previously appointed. So this kind of cleans that up and gets the language to where it needs to be to work properly. I do know that I've spoken with some members of the committee currently, and they are in agreement with the language of the Ag in the Classroom Committee. So with that, I don't have a lot more to add, and my apologies again for being late. I really don't know why I had this on next Tuesday, and I must have entered it improperly in my calendar.
That is not uncommon.
Maybe not uncommon, but a little embarrassing, so my apologies.
Well, that's fine. Are there any questions from committee members here? Representative Cordelli, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Pearl. It seems as though there are no legislators in the current statute or in this revised classroom committee, Agriculture in the Classroom Committee. I just wondered, do you think that there should be some representatives of the legislature on the committee?
Thank you for the question. So I guess I would say, Representative, that, again, this language was drafted by the commissioner himself, and with the approval of the AG and with the approval of the current Ag in the Classroom Committee. And I guess since we've not had any there and we really aren't having any issues, that I don't know that it would be necessary. But certainly if your committee wishes to add some, I guess my recommendation would be to have that conversation with Commissioner Jasper and make sure that he would be okay with it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Further questions, Representative Likas?
Yeah, since you're not Jasper, I'm not sure you can actually answer this, but I'll ask in case you can. I just wondered what happened to the New Hampshire Fruit Growers Association and the New Hampshire Farmers Market Association, because they were in the other one and they're not in this one.
Sure. Again, thank you for the question. That was some of the things that needed to be cleaned up, because by statute, my understanding is these positions needed to be appointed by the governor. And we sort of had a secondary board that was just a collection of people that were there and doing the job. And not that it was going badly, but the commissioner was trying to clean it up and get it so that it complies with the statute.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Hobson, do you have a question?
Yes, I just have a brief question. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Rep. Pearl, for taking my question. Did you say that this was an existing committee already? Okay. I didn't
Yes.
know that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, there was a committee, and again, there was just some conflict in the way that it had been done, and the commissioner is trying to get it so that it is established correctly according to the statute.
Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative. I'm over here behind the speaker.
Oh, there you are. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I can't see you either. At Roman 2, line 8, the committee shall be a not-for-profit voluntary corporation and shall possess all general powers of why was there a change, having it move from just a run-of-the-mill committee, if you will, to a not-for-profit corporation?
Thank you. That's a great question. I'm going to really ask you to direct that more to the commissioner when you have an opportunity to speak with him. But my understanding is that they received some funding and they wanted to make sure that they were having the proper protocols in place so that they, as a not-for-profit, they would have that, where they wouldn't have the oversight previously. That was my understanding. But I would, again, defer to the commissioner really to answer that question properly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Luno, do you have your hand up? Or did- Representative Tanner.
Thank you. I was wondering why this bill came to education and not agriculture.
That is a great question, and I guess that was the purview of the speaker made that choice, and I did not have a discussion with him, so I'd have to defer that question to him as that why that choice was made.
Thank you. Yeah, we could have vacated it to you.
You could have.
So I want to just follow up on the track that Representative Cordelli was on. I've worked with the Farm Bureau. You have a bill that's coming up, that's ours, on next week, dealing with the fairs in the state and capital support to them. So, and in putting that together, I've worked very closely with the Farm Bureau and the fair associations, et cetera, that are dealing with agriculture and marketing of farm produce. So would you support, I heard you speak about to Representative Cordy, but would you support our putting a legislator on there so that this is the first time I've ever heard of this committee, and other than seeing it in the bill, so that we can have some input and communicate what's going on with the legislature? I know the Farm Bureau is very interested, and they work with you, but on this particular aspect of education.
Well, thank you for the question. I would not oppose it as long as it wasn't me. I'm just kidding.
I got you.
No, I would not oppose it. I think if that is the will of the committee, again, I would encourage that a conversation is had with the commissioner so that he's up to speed and he may have some objections that I'm not aware of, but personally, I would not have any objection to that.
Thank you. And Representative Mullen, you got a hand up again?
I do, thank you. I should have followed up my first time around, Mr. Chair. Representative, further down in Roman numeral 2, one of those duties and powers is to hire and oversee an education director for the program. My question is twofold. One, is there currently a director? And two, in the absence of a director, because I see that it is finance dependent and I don't see a financial note on the bill. So I'm just wondering, in the absence of hiring a director, who would in fact be administering this?
Sure, thank you for the question. I can tell you the first part I can answer with certainty. Yes, there is a director now. It's a part-time position, if I remember correctly. I've worked some with Deb on this. I guess in the absence of funding, I'm not sure exactly how it would go. It hasn't been a problem because there's a couple of different funding sources, and again, I really wish the commissioner was here to speak to it. He's much more knowledgeable on this topic than I am. But I do know there's donations made from New Hampshire Farm Bureau, and I believe there's another source as well. But I don't want to speak to something that I'm not certain of. But I do know there's a secondary source that seems to provide steady enough funding to keep a director in place.
Thank you. Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Representative Pearl, for bringing this forward. Why wouldn't a committee like this or an organization like this just organize like so many of the nonprofits here in the Concord area that advocate on behalf of so many different causes, not just here in the Education Committee, but you know, in all other elements of state policy, and you know, organize as a nonprofit, work with New Hampshire Charitable Foundation among others, you know, for funding, and not be hamstrung to you know, specific statute.
Sure, that's a great question. In this, the Ag in the Classroom program has been existent for quite a number of years, and again, it had provisions within statute that had established it. And I guess I don't know, going back to the roots, why it was started that way. But that's the way it has been, and this just kind of cleaned up some concerns that the commissioner had with the way that things had been operating. He was trying to make it to comply more with the will of the legislature in the current statute. So again, I would encourage, perhaps you could have the commissioner come in for another time and speak more in depth, and I apologize. I don't like not giving you complete and full answers, but I'm certainly sharing you to the best of the knowledge that I have.
Thank you. Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Representative Ladd. Representative Pearl, good morning. Thank you.
Good morning.
I was trying to find the bill in the education laws for research, which I couldn't obviously because they weren't there. But they are on this little magnificent computer. And it was 2009 when it first started. But I'm looking at the bill as presented here, and I'm thinking about what is, as someone may say, one of our leaders, what is the intent of this? I'm looking at line 5 and 6, where it says that the K-12 students throughout the state using interdisciplinary education. I understand by reading the old bill 2009 where the committee people, the different organizations are restructuring the bill. I get that. Mm-hmm. And everything else is pretty much the same. But where is this going? Where is this statewide K-12 interdisciplinary education going? Because that's not in the original 2009 bill, as I read it.
Well, thank you for the question, though. I'm not quite sure I'm clear on what you're looking for. Where is it going mean? What is the future of the program?
Is this going to be a new, when it says throughout K-12, throughout the state, is this going to be a new program put in? Because it's not listed as such. In the old bills, listed as creating curriculum and stuff, but where is this going with, which now is in the mission to do that?
Sure. Okay. I think I have a little bit of, thank you. My understanding is to continue the same program that's been going on, ongoing for many years. And I'm not aware that there's any move to make any changes from what it's currently been doing.
Okay.
It provides a lot of good education and a little bit of funding and expertise sometimes to school teachers to do, it might be a maple syrup program, or it might be a seed growing program or something like that to sort of introduce the kids to agriculture and allow them to kind of have fun with it and see the benefits of it within their own life. We might inspire them to go home and have their family grow a garden or something along that line. So that's the current program, and my understanding is that's what it's intended to state.
Thank you. Follow up?
Thank you. So you don't see this as the intent to create more legislation and add into the curriculum of K-12?
I do not.
Okay. Thank you very much, Representative Pearl. Thank
You're
you,
welcome.
Chairman Ladd.
Representative Lakis.
I'm just curious, seeing this, which I didn't know existed, I think it's cool. Do you know if any schools do field trips to particular agricultural things? I remember when I was a kid, every year in elementary school, we went to the local dairy and saw how it worked. And that made me think of that. And I just wondered if you knew if that happens now.
Sure. Thank you for the question. I'm not certain that they do necessarily related to this program. I certainly know that schools have come to my own farm for maple tours and things of that nature, and back when I dairy farmed, they did as well. Again, I don't know that it was associated specifically to the Ag in the Classroom program. To my knowledge, they don't set up tours themselves, but they certainly do work with the producers, the teachers to help them and aid them in some expertise and things that they need to do the various programs that are offered. Again, I'm most familiar with the maple syrup program because of my own participation within that industry. But it's a great program, and I've judged the competition on many occasions, and it's really fun to see the excitement from the school kids as they produce a quart of maple syrup. And for those of you who don't know, it's basically a small competition where the students have to work, they work with their teachers, and there's a few certain rules they have to follow. They set taps, they do the whole production, and in some cases they get a little bigger than that. They'll even get into some of the more innovative equipment like osmosis units and things of that nature. But there's a little bit of funding that comes from some of us that are involved in the industry that will help provide, at-cost equipment and things like that, and donations are made at times. And in the end, there's a little competition where they put their quart of syrup in, and it's similar to what you'll see at the fair. And I've helped to judge that competition. There's a few criteria they have to meet. It's really fun for them to understand and learn, the chemistry that is involved in production of syrup, as well as just how they interact with the trees and the nature. And in the end, they get something really sweet they get to sample.
Well, thank you very much. Yes, Representative.
Thank you. I apologize for being late, and perhaps this was raised before I got here. But I'm looking at this as a nonprofit corporation where we've got the legislature appointing the membership and the leadership on it. And from a legal point, that just makes me uncomfortable. I'm not sure that we're not conflicting with the laws on creating nonprofit corporations. And I'm wondering if you're aware of any other nonprofit that is directed the same way by the legislature as this is, where basically all the membership and the leadership and the terms are defined by the RSA, but it's also a corporation. It's just an unusual combination.
Sure, thank you for the question. Again, this bill was given to me by Commissioner Jasper. He was looking at the current language that they had, and he was fixing some conflicts that he saw, and he did consult with the Attorney General's office, and they had a hand in writing this. So I'm reasonably comfortable in saying that there shouldn't be any conflicts as much as I could be. It has been vetted through the proper channels to make sure that that doesn't exist.
Thank you. It is an unusual setup, but thank you.
Certainly, you're welcome.
Okay, not seeing any more hands, and I know you have to run upstairs. We appreciate you getting down to us,
Certainly.
Representative.
Again, my apologies for being late, and I hope you have a good rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You, any pink cards on this from others in the public? So I'm going to close this hearing. Thank you. Okay, in about 2 minutes, we start off with the next bill.
Glenn, do I need a pink card from you on that one?
I guess so.
And ask you another question too quickly. I have.
I can mention to all the folks here that I know that I'm looking at the list of membership on that last committee and the various associations, and I can say that in Grafton County, we still have a farm at Grafton County, and that works with the schools directly and brings them in when we grow the pumpkins. The kids take pumpkins home. Going down, the Cooperative Extension Service out of Grafton County works directly with the schools and goes in. The maple syrup growers, there's a museum that's part of the fair, and they also get involved with making a maple syrup. The kids sell Christmas trees, and that works with the Christmas tree council there. I believe there's the Christmas tree promotion board. And the dairy with Hatchland Dairy in town, they do the same thing. So agriculture in an agriculture community really benefits from these individual associations. I don't know how they combine into one committee or one organization. Maybe that helps coordinate it, but I'd like to pursue getting more information. We will get Commissioner Sean Jasper involved in this and try and get some more insight in terms of your questions. Yes.
Mr. Chair, I'm wondering too how this coordinates with the UNH Extension Service, and wondering if we can get some information there as well.
That'd be fine, and that's the extension service I was talking about out of Grafton County. That is UNH, and so having a better understanding of how that works as well. So we will get that information.
They're a member of this committee.
Pardon me?
They are a member of this committee, one of the members on this committee. The UNH Extension Service.
Yes. That it said right at the top of the list there. Yes.
One question, page 2, line 11,
On which bill are you talking about?
the one that we just finished, 1164. Any additional members appointed by a majority of the committee?
Well, that's another area we want to look at too. The whole concept of this, or the whole issue, is just like the issue we had the other day where we were trying to find something in statute. It's not in statute in our hardbound books. And this one too is another one. It's the first time I've ever dealt with this committee. I've dealt with the Farm Bureau. I've dealt with all the individual associations closely in terms of property taxes, assessing, buildings on farms and all that with municipal and county government and et cetera, but never this topic. And it's interesting. I'd like to know more about it. So we'll get this and we'll continue working as maybe a committee of the whole and try to get more information before we exec this bill. Okay, with that, we are flowing into the next part of our day's work. HB 1058, relative to the time allowed for the public school students to eat lunch. The prime sponsor of the bill is with us, Representative Deschaines. Welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the committee for having me back. I think I'm a little bit more prepared this time, so I hope that's appreciated. So House Bill 1058, an act relative to the time allowed for public school students to eat lunch. So first, I'm going to explain exactly what this bill does not do to kind of dispel some, maybe some misunderstandings that I've heard from either colleagues or possibly constituents and maybe other stakeholders too. So this legislation does not mandate the time length of lunch periods. Theoretically, schools could keep their current lunch periods nearly unchanged and ensure children receive 20 minutes to sit and eat. This could even happen in the classroom if a child received their meal towards the end of lunch. The child could just stay and also finish their meal during the subsequent lunch block. This legislation does not require the school day to become longer. If more lunch periods are necessary, the school districts can have lunch periods that overlap. School districts around the country do this. So how it would kind of work is the first group of students would occupy only half the lunchroom. These students would get their meals, sit and eat. Then a new group of students would get their meals and fill up the lunchroom. The original students that got the first meal would finish eating after 20 minutes and vacate the lunchroom. And then a new group of students would begin receiving their meals after the second group is served and already sitting. The cycle would continue and saves everyone time. It means meals are served constantly and children are continuously eating and provided enough time. It's done especially in a lot of urban settings where the infrastructure might become stressed. This legislation does not change the amount of labor needed to prepare meals. The number of meals served will not change unless the number of students changes. This legislation will not force students to sit and eat for 20 minutes. Schools are only required to provide 20 minutes for eating. If a student is done with lunch and does not want to stay, the student's lunch can be finished. Teachers or parents do not oppose this legislation. The teachers' unions have been worked and consulted and, to my understanding, support the legislation because it would provide more preparatory time during the middle of the day and more substantial lunch break for teachers and decreases children's hunger in the classroom. Parents like this legislation because they want their children to eat and not come home with half-full lunch boxes. Parents also want their children to eat during lunchtime and not, eating outside of very strange times. In some school districts in the state, sometimes lunches will even start at 10 o'clock, 10:30 in the morning. To me, that sounds a lot more like breakfast and less like lunch. I guess it depends on when you wake up in the morning. So what does this legislation precisely do? House Bill 1058 requires schools to give students 20 minutes to sit and eat. As I mentioned in my testimony on House Bill 1561 that you heard last week relative to the school nutrition standards, less hungry and healthier students perform better in the classroom. Leading federal agencies and the CDC suggest that children need 20 minutes to eat their meals. The average student in America is only receiving 12 minutes to eat their meals right now. Allowing 20 minutes to eat leads to better success later in life and decreased costs for society. According to the Food Research and Action Center, quote, children experiencing hunger are more likely to be hyperactive, absent, and tardy, in addition to having behavioral and attention problems more often than other children. And, quote, teens experiencing hunger are more likely to have been suspended from school and have difficulty getting along with other children, end quote. Children with hunger are more likely to have repeated a grade, receive special education services, or receive mental health counseling than low-income children who do not experience hunger. Hunger results in lost class time for students, lower test scores, lower academic achievement, and making students less hungry and fulfilling their nutritional needs will hopefully help those who fall through the cracks that we see from time to time in our public education system. 1058 does require lunch to be served between the hours of 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. Why is this necessary? Well, because some school districts will provide students with breakfast at around 8 a.m. and then students back for lunch sometimes at around 10 a.m. I'm unsure if anyone willingly eats on this schedule anywhere else in our society, but schools force students to do this every day in New Hampshire. Eating lunch and breakfast in such a short period of time makes younger and older students famished by the afternoon, which will hurt their concentration. Students will then struggle to concentrate in the class, and this eating schedule also messes up family scheduling of nightly supper and hurts young metabolisms, right? So if you have students that come home at 3 o'clock that would like another meal, it might mess up, a planned meal for 5 to 6 o'clock. They may not eat their entire meal. That might be more nutritious than an at-home snack. So, and not to mention the metabolism part, it's not good for young metabolism to be fed so much in the morning and then to wait so long for another prepared meal later on in the day from once they get home. So one last point is the socialization aspect of lunch is vital to children too. It is essential that students sit, eat, and socialize with their peers. This helps children develop and blow off steam. As Americans, we have sort of forgotten how important it is to sit down together for our meals, even at an evening supper. So I hope this clarifies House Bill 1058, and I'll remain open to any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee on this? Representative Cordelli?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative. 20 minutes of seated time separate from the full lunch period. Do you expect, I don't know if you have any children, but do you expect elementary school children to remain seated for 20 minutes? And who is going to track that?
I would not expect children to sit for 20 minutes, and the bill doesn't mandate that children sit. I would find that mandate to be impossible to enforce. It just requires schools to provide 20 minutes, and who would keep track of the 20 minutes would be presumably the faculty and the administrators in the room who are already making sure that children are coming and going from the lunchroom, making sure that they're eating at the proper time period that the school's already allotting for, and that they're going to and from the classroom properly and respectfully. To my understanding, that's what, when having conversations with the School Administrators Association and the School Board Association, that's how they viewed the enforcement would happen.
Follow up?
Yes, thank you. On line 11, you specify the times for lunch periods, but exemptions may apply for shortened days. So for an exemption from that time period, who do they go to for an exemption?
I think it's kind of similar to how it currently works in a lot of school districts where, for example, if you have a delay in the school day, you might end up serving lunch maybe a little bit later. You might go outside of that 2 o'clock time frame. I would assume the exemption would come from the Department of Education, but I could be mistaken. That might be a better question for the department.
Are there further questions of the presenter? Representative Woodcock and then Representative Bohm.
Thank you, Representative Glad. Morning, Representative Shays, how you doing? Good to see you again.
I'm well. Thank you, Representative Woodcock.
Just a quick question. Brody, in your dialogue, you're talking about youngsters not eating before 11 because they start on 8-ish and it's very small. I get that. For some of the high schools that start at 7 and 7:15, would this be able to be moved back, or you still want to stay at 11 frame?
I would be I'd be more than amiable to any kind of amendment to expanding the 11 to 2 o'clock frame, maybe to 10:30 to 2:30 to
correspond with an early
yeah,
start,
to
right?
correspond with earlier schools that may start earlier. I think that's a good idea. I still think, according to a number of federal studies and studies done by research institutions, nonpartisan research institutions, it still says that students, even if they are eating breakfast maybe at 7, the best time to eat lunch is still between 10 o'clock and 2 o'clock. But I understand we have to be flexible, so I think that's a more than reasonable approach.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Bohm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking the question. I know some school districts have a problem with the number of students in the school and the size of their cafeteria. They have a problem scheduling. So don't you think in some cases this might need a financial note to apply for the number of hours? You're only allowing 3 hours for lunch, and in some cases it might take longer than that.
Thank you for your question, Representative. I don't think it would require a local fiscal note because, as I mentioned, there's a lot of ways for schools to work their schedule to make it so then there would be no cost. And these are, it's not like reinventing the wheel. These are solutions that are used across the country by school districts that are both rural and urban. I don't think that it would require any more labor because the same amount of meals will be served to the same amount of students as were being served before. So, and also technically speaking, you're also shortening up the amount of time that lunch is served. So you might actually end up seeing, the number of hours for food workers. Sorry, that's not the best term to use. For people who are serving these meals to students, it might end up shortening their day, right? Because if they're only serving lunch from 11 to 2 rather than serving from 10 to 3, right, that saves them more time to prep in the beginning of the day, more time to prep at the end of the day, and they might not show up to school as early anymore, and they might be able to leave from the school building sooner.
Follow up?
Thank you. I don't think you missed the question. The question is the size of the cafeteria may result in needing more than 3 hours, even if we go with the 20 minutes and 30 minutes. So that would require the school to add on to the cafeteria. And that's my question, why a financial note might be needed.
Well, thank you for clarifying, Representative. My apologies for not answering your initial question. I thought I had understood it. I don't think it would necessarily be needed to expand the cafeterias if school districts work their schedules properly with kind of how I described overlapping lunch periods for students. Maybe I'm mistaken though, but I think it would be able to work without a fiscal note, but that might be something worth asking, maybe the Department of Education.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Cornell?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. This is another bill. The ideas I think are great, but do you not think maybe it's better to leave it up to local control where they know how long it takes their students to eat, what time their students are arriving at school? You know, I know, just for an example, I know the Hooksett students go to Pinkerton Academy in Derry for high school. They're on the bus probably 45 minutes to an hour. I'm sure they're leaving their houses by 6:30 in the morning. You know, they're probably very hungry by 10:30 a.m. So it's up, I think every school, every district knows what their students want. And as someone who's done lunch duty, I think saying that students can't sit still for 20 minutes, if you in fact let a whole grade of students get up out of their seats and start wandering around the cafeteria, it's actually not a pretty sight. So, socializing around their table always happens and is great, and they get to choose who they eat with, but students getting up and socializing all around the whole cafeteria, it doesn't work. But it's a good idea. Thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you for your question, Representative. And I don't think the bill would in any way require schools to have children walk around the cafeteria socializing. I think it would only require them to be for schools to provide 20 minutes if the student chooses to utilize that 20 minutes. I also think an important thing that we have to remember in New Hampshire is while we like to preserve local control as much as we can, New Hampshire is still a Dillon Rule state, so it's pretty regular for the state to set guardrails and guidelines for kind of basic expectations for how local governments treat our constituents, right, and how they serve those constituents. And very regularly, committees, such as this one too, will create and formulate legislation working with stakeholders to establish those guidelines of how public education and a number of other educational choices, how they'll look throughout the state. So I can understand why some people might be concerned about losing some aspect of local control, but I think every other are provided 30 minutes to eat. I think when the average student in New Hampshire is only getting about 12 minutes to eat, I think it makes sense to kind of address that concern. It's a concern that's been raised to me in my time as being a legislator from parents. It's a concern that's actually been brought up a lot to the Department of Education. When speaking with them, they said it was actually a very large complaint that they received. It tend to be a number of COVID restrictions or lack thereof, and then this was typically the next biggest issue that was on parents' minds. And you are right. It does vary depending on the school district, but I still think there's ways for the committee to formulate this legislation to continue working with the stakeholders, because I've done a lot working with them on speaking with them and having a dialogue with them to make it so then this legislation could be could be easy for school districts to implement and to handle.
Okay, we
and-
need to go on to another question because we're
Okay.
running out of time. Representative
My
Porter.
apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for filing this bill. Having been a teacher in an elementary school with a 12-minute lunch on a day when I have recess duty was definitely a stressor, and I think I appreciate your efforts. I'm concerned, when you were talking with stakeholders about this, what did they talk about with recess, especially in the lower grades? Usually, the way it works, the kids, God, if you get them to wash their hands before they go to lunch, that could be a half an hour before lunch, and then they go in and have their lunch, and then they go out and play. How would that work with this? How would that, did you run into any concerns with recess if this bill were to pass, or among the stakeholders and the teachers' unions and the associated administrators?
I'll be brief in the interest of time. No one brought up any concern about this conflicting or in any way kind of creating a scheduling conflict with a recess.
Thank you.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Nelson.
Thank you for taking my question. Early release, what happens on that day? The school has to close because of a snowstorm. And my second one is I see here in the Rochester Middle School here in New Hampshire, they sometimes have a Saturday session going from 8 to 11.
So I think the for example, when we have the exemptions may apply for certain school days, I think that would be a prime example of when an exemption would be needed on that Saturday day. I think that is a very good point regarding early release. I'm not sure what the current system is that the Department of Education does for addressing that issue, or how school districts might address that situation if it's only them. If there's enabling legislation for that, that's a good question for the department.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions? We have others that would like to speak on this bill as well. Thank you very much, Representative.
Thank you.
Next, we wow, I can't. Who is this? Pardon me? Okay, Representative Rhodes. Jennifer, if you could keep it not 10 minutes, please.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Chairman Ladd, Vice Chairman Cordelli, and esteemed members of the Education Committee. I'm Representative Jennifer Rhodes. I represent Cheshire District 15, which is the Flaterial District, Winchester, Richmond, Marlborough, Swansea, and Troy. I'm here today to represent Ms. Tomala's 7th grade social studies class. On the days that I'm not here, I'm actually a substitute in the Winchester School District. On Tuesdays, I float to cover any special education meetings. One particular day, we were discussing how a bill actually becomes law with this particular class. I was asked about bills of interest, and I did remember about this particular lunch bill. I would like to give credit to the representative for writing this bill because I can assure you that the entire school is watching this particular hearing, and it has caused such a stir. If I may, the 7th grade or anything else. Carter thinks we should not do it because we will have a longer day, and if we have practice for sports, it will make it be too late at night. Willow thinks this bill is a good idea. She does not think this bill is a good idea. So forth about the sports and longer days of the year. Emma thinks we should have extended lunch times because if you're at the end of the line, you may only have about 5 minutes to eat your food. Grayson is in favor of this bill because he believes we need more time for lunch so we can eat all of our food so we won't starve. Also, if the governor can hear this bill, he wants it to be signed. However, I'm going to change my hat for a minute, and I'm going to speak for the principal of the school. The biggest question we have about this legislation is how is this going to be executed? If the person at the beginning of the line is sitting for 20 minutes, or what about the person at the end of the line? When exactly is this 20 minutes supposed to start? Furthermore, in elementary school, recess is considered educational instruction. However, in middle school and high school, it is not. Therefore, any time that you have to put for anything else, you do have to extend your day. In this case, you wouldn't be able to extend your day. You would actually have to extend the school year. Another point is reimbursable meals. With the federal government, there's offer versus serve. So when a student goes through the lunch line, they have to have a minimum of 3 things on their tray for it to be considered reimbursable. Furthermore, they can't just have a vegetable. They have to have an option between a vegetable cooked or a vegetable raw. If they have fruit, they have to have an option. Are they going to have an orange or are they going to have actual juice? Furthermore, from when I was in school, and I'm assuming most of you, we have had what I call the nutrition evolution. I remember the breakfast program coming out as a pilot program. In a school that I substitute, the students are offered breakfast whenever they walk in the morning. Then around 10 o'clock, they're offered snack. There's usually about 3 choices in the basket, which is also delivered to their classrooms. Then they go to lunch, and then after lunch, they have another snack. I can assure you these students are not going to starve by any stretch of the imagination. One last thing is the 11 to 2. Currently, our school is starting lunch at 10:45. Normally, it is 11 o'clock. However, this is a COVID problem. This is not a lunch problem. So we would ask, if you're going to do anything, please do not put any more shackles on the schools as far as their time frames. Only going to make it more difficult for the administration to have to, I guess, execute this bill. So with that being said, I do believe that the 7th graders and the administration of the Winchester School District would ask that you find this bill inexpedient to legislate. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you very much, Representative, and we welcome the kids from Winchester who hopefully are listening and getting an education in how things occur in their own state in terms of how a bill becomes a law. Are there any questions of the representative? Not seeing hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. I'll have a great day.
Next. Representative Smith from Hebron. Welcome, Suzanne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for handing out. For everybody, because some of the questions seem to be, if we pass this bill, we're going to have longer lunch breaks, and the school day will extend, costs will go up. It's that the time it takes to go through the line, the time it takes to pick your food, all of those things add and take away from that 20-minute time that you are allowed to eat. And both the American Pediatric Association and the CDC recommend that students have 20 minutes to actually eat their lunch, not 20 minutes including standing in line. I spoke to a constituent about this who just went on and on about how her son, who did sports, had to eat his lunch so quickly that by the time it came time to do his after-school activity, she had to bring him another sandwich to eat because he just didn't get enough at lunchtime. The 4th graders at Plymouth Elementary School, when they came to visit the State House, they had a nice long discussion about this bill also, and all but one were in favor of passing it. I know when my daughter was in school, her lunch, she got on the bus at 7 o'clock, her lunch break was at 10:30, but she didn't get home until 4. So that whole period of time in between was a long break for kids to not be able to eat their lunch. And one of the recommendations from the CDC is having recess before lunch, so the kids get some of that steam worked off. And then when they go to sit down to eat, they're a little more relaxed and able to enjoy their lunch. Before I was a state rep, I've been a nutritionist for 30 or 40 years, and children's diets in school leave a lot to be desired when they don't eat the fruit that is in the lunch, on the lunch line, but they just eat the pizza. And having a little extra time to eat enables them to get more nutrition out of their food, which will help them overall in their studies and in all the activities that they do. I don't want to say any more. Representative Deshay said it all, I think. But I did bring handouts on ways so students can have enough time to eat lunch, and what is seat time? Are schools providing enough? And this is a handout from the CDC. And although they're a little controversial, the American Pediatric Academy also agrees with the precept of this bill. And I think when we get into the situation of what happens with when we let people out early or they come in late, I think those are things schools deal with all the time. It's not that we're asking for the lunch hour to be extended, just that the time in that 30 minutes, 20 minutes is allowed for eating. And that means just streamlining some processes along the way. I have one other comment, nothing to do with the bill. When the person who's giving testimony speaks and has the red light on, it goes out through the speaker so everyone can hear it. But it appears that when they turn it off, I couldn't hear anyone on the committee. So I think that their mics don't come through the speaker when this is turned off. That's just my observation, so I don't know. You can figure it out. But thank you, and I can take any questions.
I don't know if it's a daisy chain of links. I don't know.
I know, it's really kind of crazy.
Are there any questions for the speaker? Not seeing hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Megan Tuttle? NEA?
Good morning, Chairman Ladd, members of the House Ed Committee. For the record, my name is Megan Tuttle, president of NEA New Hampshire. We represent over 17,000 educators across the state. I'm also an 18-year social studies teacher, 8th grade. I had lunch duty many times over those 18 years from 6th grade up through 8th grade, and a mom of 3 boys in public schools in Concord. I'm coming to you today in support of House Bill 1058, legislation that would add a lunchtime and seated mealtime requirement for schools in New Hampshire. As educators, we know that there are many factors that can negatively influence a child's ability to learn and be productive at school, including a lack of nutrition, which leads to a lack of focus, among other issues. Therefore, not eating or not eating enough, something we should seek to prevent in addition to improving the quality of food available to our students. I can say my own 3 kids come home many times. They're 3rd grade, 5th grade, and 9th grade, 3 boys. So they're eating every hour if they can. But they're coming home constantly telling me there's not enough time to eat at lunch and to, keep giving more food so they can have it. Recent study published in the Journal of Child Nutrition and Management indicated insufficient time is a key reason for not participating in the school lunch program. Another study published in 2021 used a randomized clinical trial to study the effects of longer seated lunchtime on food consumption and waste in elementary and middle school age children. The results showed that more eating time is associated with more consumption of fruits and vegetables. In this crossover trial of 241 lunch observations from 38 children, 20 minutes of seated lunchtime were associated with significantly more consumption and significantly less waste of fruits and vegetables compared with 10 minutes of seated lunchtime. Research conducted at the Harvard T. Chan School of Public Health confirms the intuition that increasing lunch length would boost consumption. The study, published in the Journal of the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics, concluded that students in rush lunch periods ate less of every meal component. Kids who were given less than 20 minutes to eat consumed 13% less of their entree, 10% less of their milk, 12% less of their vegetable, compared with those who had at least 25 minutes. Consequently, the study also found more food waste among kids who had less time to eat. Dr. Julia Cohen stated as part of the study that research shows that children who eat healthier foods learn better and have fewer disciplinary issues. In addition to the studies cited here, the American Academy of Pediatrics is also pushing for at least 20 minutes of seated time. Finally, there's even evidence from one study published in the Southern Economic Journal in 2014 that an increased lunch length reduces the probability a child's overweight. Our students have a tremendous number of environmental influences on their lives, and one of the things we learned during a period of extended remote learning is that in-person school is a positive one. However, being back at school does not leave behind all the challenges kids face these days. We can help ensure the lack of an inadequate mealtime and all the effects that come with it not be a factor that's inhibiting our kids from learning in the classroom and being healthy. I ask the committee to take a step forward for our students on this important issue and find House Bill 1058 ought to pass. Thank you, and I will take any questions.
Thank you. And if you have written testimony,
I
maybe
do.
you could pass that up to our
Sure.
clerk.
Yep.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I believe our final speaker for this bill is Nancy Vaughn.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Nancy Vaughn, Government Relations Director for the American Heart Association in New Hampshire, and thank you very much for taking the time to not only hear testimony on this important bill, but also the questions that you are asking. So the American Heart Association does support this bill, and we do urge that you pass it. Basically, we do believe that expanding on the amount of time children have to eat their lunch meal is something that's very important for children to take in the nutrition that they need and perform academically to their highest standard. One comment that wasn't necessarily made by others that I will give as a verbal testimony is really students from families with low income receive more of their food and nutrition intake from school meals. When they don't have time to eat, and particularly the time it takes to chew fresh fruits and vegetables that we really prefer them to be choosing, that they will be missing out on these important nutrients, perhaps for the entire day, if most of their nutrients do come from school lunch and or school breakfast. And again, there is science that children who eat more nutritious diets tend to perform better academically. So in addition to the other testimony that was given today that is in my written testimony, I'll conclude. And if you do have any questions, I'm happy to try to answer them.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I was mistaken, we do have one more person to testify, Jerry Frew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not your fault, my late entry into the fray. For the record, my name is Jerry Frew, and I'm the Associate Executive Director for the New Hampshire School Administrators Association. Happy New Year. It's my first appearance before the committee. Won't be my last. I can pretty much guarantee that. So I will be brief. Representative Cornell, appreciate your and can relate to your experience in middle school cafeterias as an assistant principal and principal for 14 years. Yeah, 20 minutes can seem like a lifetime. And Representative Boehm, I appreciate your concerns as well as a systems leader and person who helped negotiate collective bargaining agreements and guaranteeing lunchtime for staff and working conditions for cafeteria workers. Can appreciate your concern about the potential financial ramifications of this through collective bargaining. And certainly appreciate the sponsors for bringing this issue forward. Being opposed to something like this would be akin to being opposed to apple pie and motherhood, so we're not going to oppose this. But we are concerned with a couple of factors. The time frame involved of 11 o'clock to 2 is a little problematic, and we appreciate the sponsors' willingness to perhaps entertain an amendment to adjust that. I did a very quick unscientific poll of some of our members at a meeting recently. There were about 20 members in the room, and I asked how many districts would be impacted by this time frame of 11 o'clock to 2 o'clock, and over half of the hands in the room went up. So there is a concern that school schedules would have to be adjusted. Therein brings our second concern. By the time this legislation makes it through the process and essentially to the governor's desk, we would have concerns about the implementation timeline of it being put into effect for next year. School schedules will be developed by mid-May. Student schedules will be developed by mid-May. School budgets for next year are basically in the process of final approval now. So we would respectfully request that should this move forward, that the timeline be extended so that school districts, because local school districts will be impacted through student schedules, through fiscal impact, through potentially bus schedules and length of school day. We would need some runway time in each local district to be able to implement this very well-intended student-centered piece of legislation, which obviously we feel is in the best interest of children. So with that, I will stop and be happy to address any questions.
Thank you for your first appearance. Any questions from the committee? Representative Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, sir, for taking our questions. Do I understand you correctly that it might be preferable to have in this bill a time component that is flexible, so it wouldn't necessarily have to be 11 to 2 or something like that? It could be 10:15 to some short, but a 2-hour time frame. Would that satisfy the needs that you were hearing from your various colleagues?
Thank you for your question, Representative Ford. And I believe it was Representative Bohm that alluded to the space issues involved too in being able to service students in some schools, a number of them in this state, have a multi-purpose room where they serve school lunch and they also conduct physical education classes. And if I'm not mistaken, it may be later on this afternoon that this committee is going to hear something about extended physical education classes. I will speak with you at 1 o'clock about all of those things. Yes, I think schools need flexibility to implement anything like this because it's different in Nashua than it is in Chester or than it is up in the North Country where, grade K to 8 play basketball and then they sit down and eat lunch and then they have a play in the same room, all within the span of 2 hours. So, thank you.
Representative Woodcock.
Okay. Jerry, thank you. Thank you. Just a quick question. I just want to be clear. You said at the beginning you're not opposing what, you're not support. You didn't make a position. You said we were talking about apple pie, and they'll probably have that after lunch. My question is, what is the formal position of the NHSSA?
We would support it with the proper amendments and with the proper, in its current form, we could not support it because it limits flexibility.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. And I will close the hearing on this bill. And do we have cards for the next bill? Yeah. We'll just get those cards and move directly into the next bill. We'll move right into House Bill 1261, prohibiting the use of Native American mascots in public schools, colleges, and universities. I do not have a card from the prime sponsor. Evidently, they're not here. Oh, they are. Okay. You can fill out the card afterwards. That's fine. So I will call upon Representative Cannon to testify.
For the record, my name is Representative Cannon, and I represent Stratford County, District 18. Thank you for letting me speak, Mr. Chairman and fellow legislators. What do you envision when you see a Native American mascot image on a football helmet or on a jersey? Or when you see someone dressed like a Native American as they try to imitate a Native dance on a sports field? Do you see a Native American physician, police officer, engineer, movie star, an entrepreneur, or a serviceman or woman? Most likely, you're thinking of an Indian brave wearing a headband with a feather stuck in it, sitting on a horse, looking out over the plains. If you were a Native American youth, what would you see? Would you see reminders of the days when Indians were feared while they fought to keep the land that they lived on? Would you see a future for themselves? Or would they see people making fun of Indians and disrespecting their clothing and ritual dances? Does their school have a Native American program or classes to learn the meaning behind the use of those mascots or logos or of themselves? Worth noting, all New Hampshire sports names were not made with North American input. We know that Native American youth experience the highest rates of suicide among young people. Studies have shown that negative stereotypes harmful to Indian sports mascots are known to play a role in perpetuating the feelings of inadequacy among Native youth. We are seeing many organizations across the nation reconsidering their use of Native American images and names, including professional sports franchises. In 2001, the U.S. Commission of Civil Rights concluded that Native American references in sports, quote, whether mascots and their performances, logos, or names, are disrespectful and offensive to American Indians and others who are offended by such stereotyping, unquote. And, quote, are particularly inappropriate, insensitive in light of the long history of forced assimilation that American Indian people have endured in this country. The American Psychological Association has come out to say that they let them know that they passed a resolution calling for the immediate retirement of American Indian mascots and imagery, citing potential negative effects it may have on the mental health and psychological behavior of American Indian people. The American Sociological Association called for discontinued use of Native American nicknames, logos, and mascots in sports, stating that social science scholarship has demonstrated that the continued use of Native American nicknames, logos, and mascots in sports harm Native American people in psychological, educational, and social ways. In 2002, New Hampshire State Board of Education came out with a resolution. Whereas the New Hampshire State Board of Education is aware that various North American organizations, state and local officials, and private citizens find the use of Native American mascots and symbols within our public schools to be offensive. The board flagged that the detrimental effect on the achievement, education, self-concept, and self-esteem of American Indian students sends an improper message to everyone of the true meaning and spirit of being of American Indian heritage. In light of this, New Hampshire still continues to have Indian sports mascots. All heritages, cultures, races, and religion have the right to be treated with dignity and respect. It is important that we be culturally sensitive to educate everyone working within the New Hampshire school and educational system, no matter how well the meaning of their intentions, that their actions may be offensive and harmful to some and therefore needs to be eliminated. We don't have any North American tribes headquartered in New Hampshire. We do have many people from the Abenaki tribe who will speak during this discussion. Retirement of Native American mascots is nothing, it's not just here in New Hampshire, it's across the country and is being considered in states, businesses, and by sports teams. There are some states with large Native American presence and schools with Native American educational programs who may allow some of those schools to use Native American imagery. Native American families from the Abenaki people are really concerned about the current use of these mascots. To note, there are no educational programs in our schools that discuss Native American topics or issues or history. It was brought to my attention that people compared North American, Native North American mascots to that of the Fighting Irish that Notre Dame uses as a mascot. In a statement, Notre Dame made this message. It's worth noting that there is no comparison between Notre Dame's nickname and mascot and the Indian and warrior names and mascots used by other institutions, such as the NFL team formerly known as the Redskins. The statement also noted, none of these institutions were founded or named by Native Americans who sought to highlight their heritage by using names and symbols associated with their people. This morning when I was getting dressed, I looked in my closet for a sweater. And I saw a sweater I'd worn for many years, a white sweater, and it was really a wonderful sweater back then. But as I looked at it today, it was worn and tattered. It was something I would not wear in public because it didn't apply. It's not something I could wear here. And the reason I mention this is because many of the mascots that we have today are old and outdated. The message is not something that people want to share in public and are embarrassing to the Native Americans in our communities. So they don't wear it, just as I'm not wearing that sweater that I used to really enjoy wearing. Over the past 2 years, we here in the legislature enacted legislation to encourage us all to treat each other respectfully as equals. This is one of the reasons why I'm bringing this legislation forward. We need to treat our Native American brothers and sisters with respect and as equals. We need to let all of our children learn in an environment that accepts them for who they are today and not by the deeds of their ancestors. I urge you to vote ought to pass to save the lives of Native American youth in our state. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Representative Bohm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. I agree with this, but what about other ethnics? I mean, shouldn't this be covering everybody? Like you had said, all need to be respected. And a good example was a school in California on the border with Nevada, I believe, that was something Arabs. They changed their name because it wasn't right. The Florida State Seminoles, they're called the Seminoles because the name is licensed by the Seminole tribe. So should that be changed? So my concern is other ethnics are also good to see come, for example, Vikings. I mean, that's the same type of situation. So what about everybody?
Well, in the case, I'll take on specifically in the Seminoles, and some other members may do the same thing. The Seminoles is a very large Native American organization in Florida, and they do have schools that have educational programs to educate the students in those schools. So their use of logos and names is appropriate. The same thing happens in Colorado and other states. And there's legislation moving forward in those states that has exceptions as long as the Native American organizations and the school systems have worked together to agree to the use of those logos. Case of the Vikings, same thing with Patriots and other names. They are a generalization of organizations that we don't necessarily use today. There's no Patriots tribe. There are no Vikings tribes. They are in a way, they're organizations that we teach to our youth, we teach about them. We don't teach our youth about Native Americans in our communities or even across the country. Test, test, test. Test.
Now we're okay.
Okay, I think we're okay now.
There we
We evidently found the problem. Thank you. Yes, Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking this question. Do you know how many schools or organizations in the state currently use Native American images or for mascots?
I've been made aware of 8.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Representative Lakis.
I am curious where you got your information that no schools taught about Native American culture. While I personally didn't go to school here, I know when I went to school that was definitely part of history, geography, et cetera, social studies, basically.
And in most cases, Native Americans are mentioned. We don't have any in-depth programs or educational classes that talk about Native Americans specifically in our state.
Thank you.
Representative Ford.
I'm almost afraid of touching my microphone now. My background in this will perhaps not be surprising when I indicate that I very much support this, because I was once made a relative of in the Lakota tradition in response for advocating exactly this kind of response, as well as the inclusion of having people on faculties and on organizations and providing leadership that in the upper Midwest. One of the things, though, that I would ask that you consider following Representative Bone's statement is that perhaps we could allow in doing this bill, allow the Native Americans to provide the leadership to go back to attacking all of those forms of ethnic slurs and denigrations. I mean, our language gives us our own history, whether we like it or not. Does anyone not understand what I mean when I say someone is a Dago, a Kike, a Jew, a chief?
Mhm.
All these things go on and on and on. When we've got them for almost every ethnic group that came here, because they're a way of designating otherness, not one of us. And what you're advocating is saying we're all one of us.
Right.
And not link it in our symbols and so forth. We've pretty much gotten it to where it's not acceptable to use those words in our language.
Excuse me, Representative Ford, do you have a question?
Yes, my question is, isn't it about time, or would you agree that it is about time to do this symbolically?
And that's why I brought this bill forward. You will hear more discussion from other speakers after me, and you will hear of the challenges they have faced, especially with the language we use.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Kiernan, for being here. The FSU Seminole issue, I was going to bring up, but Representative Bohm did that, and I thought you addressed it well. My question is, in a follow-up or two, if I may, here in New Hampshire, Dartmouth used to be known as the Indians. Do you know how that came about?
I am not sure.
If I may, then, Dartmouth was founded in 1769 by Eleazar Wheelock as a school to primarily educate Native Americans, Indians, indigenous people. Even today, Dartmouth allows special carve-outs for Native American, Indian, indigenous people to go to Dartmouth. Dartmouth was founded for Indians, and the athletic teams were known as Indians to celebrate that Dartmouth heritage. When Dartmouth changed to the Big Green, this is a question. When Dartmouth changed to the Big Green, Indian chiefs, Native Americans, indigenous people from all over came to Hanover to argue that Dartmouth should continue to honor its Native American heritage and history by honoring Indians as they used to. So my question following that up is, Sports Illustrated did a poll that showed 80% of Native Americans savored and relished and supported the way that teams honor, once they get rid of some of the superfluous stuff, the way the teams honor Native Americans. So my question is, do you think Dartmouth was disrespecting Indians by as the Indians themselves are celebrating the institution by honoring Indians as their symbol?
They changed the name in 1974. It is now 2022. The thoughts that were used back then as far as discussing this topic are not necessarily the same as they are today. And when we hear the Native Americans, New Hampshire Native Americans, talk about their thoughts of today, you will hear that they're not happy with our current use of mascots that are supposed to reflect who they are.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you for listening to me, and I will pass in a card.
Thank you. Next is Representative Horgan.
Thank you very much. I'm Representative Timothy Horgan from Stratford County District 6, which is the towns of Durham and Madbury. And happily, UNH has never had a problem with its mascot, which is the Wildcat. And I am a former resident of Hanover. I did work for Dartmouth College for a time while I was living in Hanover, and that was in the era when there were the Big Green, and certainly Dartmouth does not lack for school spirit. It doesn't lack for loyalty from its students and alumni. It's a very spirited place, even with the Big Green. So the former Indian mascot was unnecessary. They're just as great a group. It's just as great a community with the Big Green as with the Indians. And they actually, Hanover actually still has an issue with they're one of the 8 schools that they've got a questionable nickname, which is the Marauders. But I think, and I'm also, before that, I was born in South Bend, Indiana, where Notre Dame is. My father's a late father's a Notre Dame alumnus, and I feel a little bit conflicted about the Fighting Irish logo, partially because it's a misnomer. The school was actually founded by French priests, not Irish priests. But there's a difference between "quote unquote" other ethnics and the native tribes, Indians, as they're often commonly referred to, which is that the white people came here, we took their land, we killed many, we in many cases embarked on genocide, and it's and we've often sort of written them out of history, especially out of recent history. But they survived. They're still very much there. They're still just as they're still a very strong force here on the North American continent and in New Hampshire, and also in many ways the stewards of the land that we've all benefited from. So like the colonists certainly benefited from what they'd done previously to the land. So I think using Native American mascots, it tends to turn them into cartoons, and there is sort of a difference between that and using some other the name of some other ethnic group like the Fighting Irish or the Hofstra Flying Dutchman or those or things like that. And also point out that when you change the name, with sports teams, it has very little effect, has no effect whatsoever on their performance. For example, the Washington Redskins became the Washington Football Team, and they actually, although they missed the playoffs this year, they've actually been playing better since they changed the name. So apparently, the success they had in the past was not because of the nickname and not because of the cartoon on the side of their defensive cartoon on the side of their helmet. So, and I'm sure we'll probably see the same with the Cleveland Guardians. They're probably, I mean, they're not one of the top teams in the American League, but they probably, I guarantee, they will probably play just as well this year as the Guardians as they did under their previous nickname. So, like they've had a lot of great teams in the past, and they did not succeed because of the offensive cartoon on their baseball caps. It was for other reasons, and so I think probably anyway. So I think this is a good bill. It's and I know you'll hear about the traditions of high schools and colleges, but those can evolve a lot quicker than we think they can, and also some sort of cheapens, the status of, the traditions of a, indigenous nation or tribe, as they're often called, to equate them with the traditions of a high school or a college. That's not that it's not an important time of your life, but there's a little bit of difference between your identity as a member of your school for a few years that you were there, and then there is being part of a nation that's been around for 10,000. It's been here for thousands of years. So I urge you to pass your bill. I know it's difficult sometimes, especially in Rochester, where we had a controversy a couple of years ago. They tried to rebrand their Raiders as a pirate, and I guess the pirate is also sort of an inaccurate historical stereotype. They tried to rebrand their team as the Raiders, and unfortunately, the old Indian
the old Indian logos still like managed to like resurface, and people unofficially started using them. So there's that community will have to come up with a solution to that issue. That's but so I urge you to. So I would urge you to pass this bill. And
Thank you. Any questions for the representative?
oh, sure, I'll take.
Representative Lakis.
Since you brought up the Indians/Guardians, which were my home team.
Which team?
The Indians/Guardians.
Oh, yes.
My understanding is that most of the native peoples of the area were very upset to lose that name because they were proud of it. I
Question?
just wondered, I just wondered if you were aware of that since you brought them
No,
up.
I do not know that. I actually do know the history of how the nickname came to be adopted. So in the 1890s, actually, that was a previous franchise.
I think you answered.
Yes.
the
So
question.
I've
Thank
not
you.
seen those polls. So and
Any further questions, Representative Moffett?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Horgan, for taking my question and maybe a possible follow-up. Would you believe that when I was in college, I had a date with a college student from Hanover, and I asked her what was a marauder, and she, as you said, is a pirate. Which leads me to my question. Marauders are not necessarily indigenous. Belmont is the Red Raiders, which is not necessarily indigenous, and there are a number of schools that are the Warriors, which is, as Representative Cannon said, with regard to Vikings or Fighting Irish, is kind of a broad generic. Warriors could be Greek warriors, you name it. So my question is, are you at all concerned about the heavy hand of the state coming and telling Belmont they can't be the Warriors, or the Red Raiders, Winnicott can't be the Warriors, Hanover can't be the Marauders? None of these names are specific to indigenous peoples. Do you think that is a possible First Amendment issue with the state telling schools how they can call their teams?
well, it's not a First Amendment issue. So there's no freedom of the press violation there. And strictly speaking, a school district isn't even a person, so it doesn't have free speech rights. But that's so I'm not that concerned about it. And I mean, I don't really know. I'm not an expert in the history of how Hanover High School got its nickname, or Belmont High School.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next is Mr. David Miller. And I would ask maybe you could shorten your testimony from what you indicated you needed on the card.
I'm glad to be present here in the Legislative Office building here. Served here for 2 years as a legislator, so I know the challenges you have. This is, because you want me to limit my remarks, I could take each one of the questions so far and you could go into detail about the changes, the name changes, and that sort of thing. First of all, I want to state this is a very emotional issue. I grew up in the cowboy and Indian era where we ran around with cap guns. And we ran through the woods chasing the Indians to kill them because that's the way it was presented in the movies. So we adopted that. New Hampshire had a law passed when it was in the process of wanting to remove all Indian resistance to the settlement of settlements throughout the state, where it passed a law that they would pay a bounty for any Indian scalp. And that bounty went up in value over time. So there was a specific effort to eliminate the last of the native peoples here in New Hampshire so that it could be occupied by white Europeans without threat of attack. But in the 21st century, I was an educator at Lebanon, where it was the Raiders. I taught a course on in social studies on Native Americans, but it never really crossed my mind to make the connection between the course and the fact they were called Red Raiders. So I was given this T-shirt at my 75th birthday 5 years ago. Didn't really cross my mind then, but as I got involved with the indigenous group at UNH, and I began to do my own research to learn about the history of Native Americans in New Hampshire, my mind changed that we needed at Rochester Spalding High School to do away with the Red Raider images as portrayed here, because they're inaccurate anyway to and to substitute something in its place at a choice for the school. However, in our most recent debate with the school board on this, I've got the notes here, the population came forward essentially, obviously divided. It was a very emotional argument from those who wanted to continue the Red Raider name. Why? Because that's what's there. That's what's been there. That's how you represent your school, spirit of corps. And then there were those that are more sensitive to the battle that's going on, both in Canada, because I live in Canada in the summertime, so I'm intimately involved with it here, and here in the United States, to gain equal representation for indigenous peoples. And something that is not shaped in these types of images. New Hampshire Department of Education has on the books the recommendation to do away with these images. It's been there for years. You know that, right? Right? But they have no enforcement power. All the states around you have put in the enforcement power of passing this law. We're asking you to do the same thing. Even though in the absence, you are the only state or province in North America that has no reservation to speak for itself. Because New Hampshire was successful in completely eliminating the presence of the native peoples. Those that survived went to St. Francis in Quebec, or melted into the Indian groups in Maine, or into Vermont. So it's an emotional issue. I hear it in your questions of support, possibly, of the Indians at Dartmouth, or these other groups need to be represented. This is focused. This bill is focused on dealing specifically with the issue of doing away with characterization of a living group of people. One of the most articulate speakers at the debate in Rochester was a 16-year-old native student who objected to this. And I'll be the first to admit, it went right over the head of the majority of the school board. So you represent the state of New Hampshire, the need to address this issue where those at the local level need guidance. And so that's what we're asking you to provide, is guidance by passing this law to bring New Hampshire up to the 21st century. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here. Next is Frank Knack of ACLU.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you all today. My name is Frank Knack. I'm the policy director with the ACLU of New Hampshire, and I'm here in strong support of this legislation. First, I'd like to thank Representative Cannon for bringing this important bill. I don't want to just repeat what Representative Cannon has already said, but just to reiterate that this bill is about stopping public schools from perpetuating negative and damaging stereotypes about Indigenous people. And as has already been mentioned, this has been reinforced by our own State Board of Education, by the United States Commission on Civil Rights, by the American Psychiatric Association. We should be focused on ensuring that New Hampshire schools foster safe and inclusive learning environments for all students, and having Native American mascots undermines that core principle that we should be all striving towards. So thank you so much. I have testimony, if it would be appropriate to hand out.
Yes, thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next is Denisel and Paul Poiloit Walton. Sorry if I pronounced your name incorrectly.
Kwai Nidobak, Indelawasin, Denise Pulio, Sagamasqua, Woodelawasin, Paul Pulio, Sagamo, Kawasak Band, Pennacook Abenaki, Niona, Aiyan, Odana Kuanipi. Hello, friends. My name is Denise Pulio. I'm the head female speaker, and this is Paul Pulio, the head male speaker of the Kawasak Band of the Pennacook Abenaki, located in Odana Kuanipi, which translates to the place of the narrowing waters, now known as Alton, New Hampshire. We are here today to discuss HB 1261, and we urge you to support this bill and its passage and the banning of the use of Native American mascots. Paul's going to hand you some written testimony that we have done. So we can go on about the psychological effects, bullying, cultural issues. The list is long of why Indigenous mascots should be removed. But at the end of the day, you all banned the use of human mascots last June. RSA 193-40, known as the Discrimination in Public Schools law, banned the use of human mascots. The law basically states you cannot disparage a race or uplift a race more than any other race in that school. And that's exactly what mascots do. So no matter what side of this bill you're on, whether you're for mascots, whether you're against mascots, it's already been banned in the state. This bill is just codifying that ban. And it is making it clear to the institutions within that state that human mascots will not be tolerated anymore.
For the record, you may not have a federal tribe here, but in 1995, our band petitioned the federal government. We're on record with the Bureau of Indian Affairs. The Secretary of State and the Attorney General of this state know we are headquartered here in Alton, and it's been on record for quite a few years. So the idea that there's no Indian tribes, as you guys would like to say, is false. We are headquartered here. We've always been here, and we've been kind of invisible to most of you.
As you can tell by the testimony today.
I mean, we could answer a lot of your questions. I think the package we've handed out really covers a lot of the history, how mascots were actually evolved out of the Boston Tea Party, the raid on the ships for the tea back, and that became a real changing moment in our country where indigenous imagery was used for the benefit of politics, and that evolved into fraternal organizations and a lot of hobbyists and other things. I can answer the question about Dartmouth. Dartmouth is really a very difficult history. Unknown to most people, they kind of glorified indigenous people. There were smoking rooms like this in Dartmouth where scenes were painted of indigenous women in barely any clothing. And that's where the boys used to sit and drink and, smoke the cigars. Dartmouth had to change their philosophy. They were an Indian school, but they really didn't honor any indigenous people in this state. They never did. When everybody says, oh, well, they brought in Indians in to endorse things at Dartmouth, they never engaged anybody in New England. They're
And
always,
if you actually look at the record, you'll see how few people Dartmouth actually graduated with indigenous descent. It wasn't until after the retirement of the mascots and the removal of the offensive sexually explicit murals that were done in the school halls that Dartmouth decided to take the bull by the horns and actually fulfill its initial compact. And then so they started offering scholarships and other benefits to uplift the indigenous population.
the Abenaki and the related tribes in New England still are marginalized by Dartmouth even today. So I don't want to go down to, I don't want to get into the weeds on that, but that's another sore subject with us. Mascots are not just a problem, it's all the other imagery. Things of violence, tomahawks, tomahawk chops, cheerleaders dressing in skimpy attire, trying to make some kind of costume that looks like an indigenous thing. These are the things we see still going on.
Right, and all these behaviors contribute to the missing and murdered indigenous women problem that we're suffering across this nation and Canada. We are disappearing by the thousands because we're considered subhuman. So we sit here today praying that you decide to see us as human beings and stop the use of these mascots.
I mean, if you go through what we've given you for some handout information, you'll see the 2002 Department of Education memorandum. What we think is it should have been made into law back then in 2002, and it's a shame that it's 20 years later we're still talking about this subject matter. Will there be resistance? There's always resistance. I'm like Dave Miller. I'm in my 70s. He's probably 80 now. I can't remember how old he is. We've seen a lot of things change socially and racially. We were baby boomers after World War II, and a lot of things which we accepted back then are not acceptable today, and we would never even imagine it. We've heard about the Seminoles. That's great. The Seminoles get actually financial benefit by using their name. Most other tribes do not have that relationship. Just so you understand that there are groups out there that would love to say mascots are great, but every time we investigate what goes on in these schools, they'll say, Chief so-and-so came to our town in 1970 and said it was all right. We do the research, and these people were not indigenous people at all. They were just people that were playing the game and then trying to convince the town that it was all right. So we found, after we've done a lot of research on all the background of these towns, there's a false sense that they did things right. They didn't. They looked for the easy way out. We worked with, locally here, Merrimack Valley High School.
Winnacunnet High School.
Winnacunnet.
Both have had their names, their mascots changed. Winnacunnet is in the process of creating a video, mini documentary about that process change and about how it affected the community and about why it was necessary. So this is about education, it's about the betterment of society, and it's about treating people as equals. So we're going to stop here because we could go on for hours because we get really emotional when it comes to this subject. But we ask you today to pass 1261, and we don't see where there would be discord on either side, where this is already a law in effect today.
Thank you.
Just for the record, though, we do not impose our will on towns. We usually react to petitions from students, and then we come into discussion.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Representative Lakis, please.
Yeah, the last thing that you said, that the students petition, is that not a reasonable way to go about this? I just hadn't heard that until you just said it.
Students petitioned in all the schools that we interact with. And so the students come forward requesting that the mascot be removed. We meet with school boards and other interested parties and have the long, lengthy, emotional discussions. The last time we had this conversation was in Rochester at Spalding High School. A student came forward because she was being bullied and went in front of the school board making the request. The school board told her to go talk to her guidance counselor, that they don't tolerate bullying and that there was nothing they could do for her.
Thank you.
So it was frustrating. But I can also state that I do know of at least 2 students where schools within the state had to pay to ship them outside their district because of the school mascots and their bullying.
Thank you very much. Is it? Yes.
Thank
Quickly,
you, Mr.
please.
Thank you,
We're
Mr. Chair.
behind schedule.
Thank you for being here. A comment and a question, possible follow-up. I've taught, yes, question, is that given that there is a difference between symbols and nicknames and mascots, and I keep hearing mascot, 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 what do you say to the folks, and I said earlier, Sports Illustrated poll said 80% of Native Americans in their poll supported the way that symbols and nicknames, not mascots, which you keep referring to, but symbols and nicknames honor affiliations with indigenous people. Given there are so many people, not activists, but so many Native Americans who are not here, but who celebrate this connection, what do you say to them?
My question is who's taking the poll? And who are they polling? And are they registered with an indigenous tribe, or are they just claiming descendancy? There are a lot of varying factors within this, and I have not seen the poll. I don't know where the poll was conducted. I don't know who the poll was conducted with. Was it just with sports fans of these particular sports teams? So, I mean, there's a lot of questions, so I question the authenticity of the poll.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you very much for being here and testifying.
Gisolini, great thanks.
And I'll call the final speaker, Jonathan Weinberg.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Weinberg. I'm a member of the Concord School Board. However, I'm speaking in my capacity as an individual. I want to illuminate some ideas, actually, that was in reference to the Sports Illustrated poll. It was taken from 504 respondents. About 51% said they were pro-football fans, and they were all self-identified members of Native American tribes. Moreover, it is easy to say where we get statistics from. There's another Berkeley poll that says about 70% of individuals oppose mascots and symbols. So just like any group of individuals, individuals are not a monolith, and also we need to make sure we recognize where sources come from. I think it is beyond time that we pass House Bill 1261. As a member of a local school district, I cannot imagine going to school and having derogatory symbols radiate and permeate through the buildings. So I urge you to pass this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you very much. And I will call our final, I think I'm correct this time, Kristen Forsilius from Lee.
Hi, thank you for squeezing me in. I'll be really quick. I'm Kristen Forsilius. Can you hear me okay with my mask on? Kristen Forsilius. I'm actually representing Community Church of Durham in New Hampshire. I'm from Lee, New Hampshire. Just because I haven't heard any voices of youth, I wanted to just relay messages from our youth group. We talked about this bill last night at our meeting. They strongly support it, and I'm just going to read a statement here. So they want school mascots in their state to represent their generation, one that they see as respectful, compassionate, and inclusive, and one that they can be proud of. This bill is for them and the type of future and legacy they want to be a part of. So I just wanted to put that in the record. I also wanted to respond to the comment, can't students, this just happened from students' petition. And I just think of what a burden we're asking for youth who are already going through so much these days in schools with COVID, to now put another responsibility on them. And I ask you to instead see yourselves as models of what we can be. And so be somebody the students can look up to and see what their future is and how they would like that their legacy to be remembered. So we urge you to please support and pass 1261. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? See none, thank you. Late entry, Louise Spencer, if you can be brief, please.
Yes. Thank you. My name's Louise Spencer from Concord, New Hampshire. I attended Dartmouth and was there in the early 80s when the Indian symbol was there was an attempt to bring it back into use. And the Native students, Native American students that were at Dartmouth were very distressed by that experience. Originally in 1969, the students, there were Native students who originally opposed the Native American symbol. The school had only educated in its first 200 years about a dozen Native Americans. So I'm not aware that there was a lot of effort from outside groups to try to persuade the school to keep the Native American symbol. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that will end this hearing. And I'll turn things back over to our chairman.
Thank you very much. We will go on into the next bill. I would advise those on the Education Committee, if somebody has to take a break, go do so. You may go out, walk the hall if you have to, stretch your legs, etc. But we will then continue with our legislation that's on before us this morning. The next bill I'd like to hear is HB 1564 FN, requiring school districts to provide breakfast for students. Do we have cards here? We have, do we have, who's the, let's see, let me get to this. 1564. Yeah, okay, it's got to be a representative introducing the bill first.
Representative, you can fill out the card afterwards.
Okay, Representative DeShays, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee, for permitting me to speak again today. I'm going to be very brief. I know you guys are starting to fall behind on kind of your schedule. So, in respect to time, I have about. I'll go over the kind of the broadest points. So, the purpose of this legislation is to provide every student in New Hampshire the same opportunity breakfast in the morning. Not every student is provided that same opportunity in every school district. From a philosophical point of view, I believe every student deserves the same opportunity to be able to have the same educational outcomes. And I think breakfast is an important part of that. And as previously discussed in previous testimony that I've given, there's a myriad of benefits to the students, to the educational system in our society when we do such a thing. I could read you the facts from the USDA and the school breakfast program, but I'll just submit it to the clerk to promulgate to you guys at a later time. I have an amendment that I've drafted for the committee to consider, which would exempt private schools and only make it so it's required for school boards or publicly chartered schools. It would also provide an exemption for any kind of issue regarding supply chain due to COVID-19 pandemic. So I'll submit that to the clerk too with my testimony. Probably the biggest concern that will be brought up is a loss of local control. I think we've kind of discussed that. At times this state government steps in and as a Dillon Rule state and decides to create guardrails for specific expectations to meet the needs of constituents and specifically students in this case. The concern of an unfunded mandate may come up. If I'm not mistaken, the legislation does go into effect after the next budget season. Let me double check to make sure that I'm not misleading the committee on that. It does, yep, correct. And so New Hampshire has historically at times reimbursed local districts for meals or for breakfast. If I'm not mistaken, the 2013-14 biennium budget reimbursed at about 3 cents per meal. The federal government reimburses at a much larger rate. I did provide in the legislation a choice for districts to choose whether or not to serve their own breakfast, which would be determine what they decide a breakfast could be. It could be a bag for, you know, maybe an apple and a granola bar, or they could opt into the federal program and get reimbursed for these meals. So trying to preserve an element of local control, but also trying to make sure that the state is having our local governments meet the needs of students and the needs of our constituents. And with that, I'll remain open to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative. Representative Lakis?
Yes, never mind.
Representative Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again, Representative. You brought up the amendment that would make it not a requirement for private schools. Do you know if currently there are private schools who are part of the federal lunch program?
I think that would be a better question for the Department of Education. I can find that out for you, though, and get back to you, Representative Porter, but I'm not aware of. I've only gone to public schools my entire life.
Follow up?
So I'm just curious as to why your amendment would do away with the private schools requirement.
I think it was and this is an amendment. I'm also crafting the same thing for House Bill 1561, and the purpose being private schools. I think we shouldn't have, when people choose a private option, they choose that private option to get away from the government provided option. And I like to keep, you know, the private schools and what regulations they have separate from the regulations that we might place upon public schools. Public schools are within our purview. I think it's quite clear. I think also regarding, you know, providing an adequate education, it's pretty explicit that must mean public schools. So I just wanted to keep that separate. Let the private schools do what they privately do, and let us handle our government schools.
One last follow-up.
Thank you, but now that we have the voucher program, private schools are getting our state money, so wouldn't we need to have the same rules for them, seeing as how it's taxpayer money that's going to the private schools?
I would
support them.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Representative. I would like to differentiate with the current EFA program, which you know, is quite new, and I think it's going to be a great opportunity for many students and families. It's not technically a voucher program because we're not providing direct vouchers. It's a scholarship organization that's going to be helping operate the money, and it's the way the state is providing money into accounts that are operated and, you know, presided over by the scholarship organization, to the benefit of parents that choose to utilize such program. If it was a direct voucher program, we might be talking about something slightly different, but you know, the choice of how parents who opt into this program for their children, how they utilize those dollars, I don't think that because they're utilizing these dollars to level the playing field, that then should mean private schools have to be, you know, tied into every single government school requirement. I think part of the reason why they're even utilizing the dollars is because they might have objections to some of the government school requirements. So that's kind of the reason why I felt as if drawing that kind of line there of saying the private schools will, you know, they'll do their private school things, and there are people who prefer those private school things, and the government schools will do those government school things. And I think another impetus for why I've introduced some of this legislation is to make our public schools more competitive with private schools, right? I think that's important. I think that's part of the reason why the original education freedom accounts were introduced, was to provide some level of competition so then parents can choose the best education for their child, and for us as a state and for local school boards to kind of react and say, how can we improve our educational standards, improve the services that we're providing?
Further questions? Representative Lakis.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, my brain stopped in the middle as asking this question. You say that any child who meets the federal income eligibility guidelines. My question is, what about all of those students who meet that but their parents haven't applied for the National School Breakfast Program, so they're not actually part of it? Who pays?
I think that's a great question, and thank you for asking it, Representative Lekis. I think that would be up to the school district, if I'm not mistaken, to decide whether or not they have those students pay the full price for the breakfast that they're offering for those students, or for the school district to cover the cost, but that would be, at least the way I interpreted and the way I intended for the bill to be interpreted, that it would be a local decision over how much the school district would be willing to cover. Theoretically, they could make it so then the pupil has to cover the full cost of the breakfast.
Representative Luno, we won't have any more follow-ups, so I'm going to try to catch up a little bit here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Representative Deshays, for bringing this forward. Would 1564 apply to, let's say, Pinkerton Academy, which I believe is one of the largest providers of public education services in the state?
Yeah, it's an independent school.
I would say probably not, because it's a private school, if I'm not mistaken. So I would say it's not a requirement for Pinkerton, and I think Pinkerton has decided to stay as a private entity for a number of reasons that those communities have wanted to have it that way, and I think for that reason they've decided to, there's a number of things where they're not subject to a number of state, federal, and even, other requirements. So I kind of think it's fair in this legislation to respect that, and for the amendments that I'm bringing forth for other bills that I've introduced to this committee to respect that decision.
I'd like to
Thank you.
interject just for a second, please. We have Pinkerton Academy and St. Johnsbury Academy where kids from New Hampshire go, even though St. J is over in Vermont. They're independent schools. That means they're partially public and private, and their boards are appointed trustees. So my position would be yes, because they do receive direct funding from the state of New Hampshire at Pinkerton, and the same for St. Johnsbury Academy from the state of Vermont. So they would most likely be inclusive within this as a public-private independent school.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that, Mr. Chairman. My apologies.
Further question? Okay, thank you. Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Representative Shea, just two questions, very simple. I'm assuming this legislation is because it's not happening now. Do you know how many school systems in New Hampshire do not offer breakfast?
I should have brought that figure in front of me today. It was over the summer when I worked with the Department of Education and talked to them when I was first introducing this bill, and in the fall we did discuss that number. I can get that answer for you, and I can provide it to you via email after the hearing. My apologies for not having it.
It's okay.
Just to push that a little farther, the fiscal note does say there are 30 public schools currently not offering a breakfast program.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. One more if I may?
Yes.
Thank you. Does this bill, or will this bill apply to charter schools? Public charter schools?
Under the amendment, if the amendment were adopted that I drafted for the committee, yes, because the public charter schools are public schools.
Charter,
Yeah,
charter
yes.
schools to be regulated by amendments like this, Representative Shays, have to be identified as charter schools.
Yep, and so in the,
Even though they're public schools.
yeah, in the amendment, it's explicit, each school board and chartered public school.
Perfect.
So I
Thank
make
you,
it, I
Chairman.
make it explicit.
Charter conversion school, the one we have, and the other charter schools are public schools in the state of New Hampshire. Representative Mullen, you have a hand up?
Thank you.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for bringing this to us. My question was originally in that fiscal note, it says 30 New Hampshire public schools currently not offering a breakfast program. And I would want clarity on whether or not that's actual public schools or public school districts, because I think it could make a pretty big difference in the number of schools. And the answer to the question is there are some public schools that do not offer, at least prior to COVID, public schools that did not offer a meals program. They didn't participate. And there were private schools that did participate. So you might want to double check on that too when you're talking to them.
Thank you for your question, and I'll certainly do that, and I'll try to follow up with you and Representative Woodcock.
Is Department of Education hiding back there? Is that Mackenzie back there? Do you have an answer to that so we might get it right? Whether the 30 are school districts or public schools, which would be a huge difference in how we count. Well, you can say yes, they're. Why don't you come on up so that we can hear it as streaming? You don't have to, Representative Deshay, we're not, okay. Park it right there.
Thank you, appreciate it. So 30 refers to public schools that are participating in the National School Lunch Program, but are not providing school breakfasts. So that does not include the public schools that are not participating in SLP.
So just clarification, it's public schools, not school districts.
That is correct, but that is 30 public schools that are participating in the federal program that are not providing breakfast. That is not the universe of public schools to which this would apply, and we're trying to clarify that data now.
Thank you. Does that answer where you came from, Representative Mullen?
It does. I would just ask, before you leave, Mackenzie, the second part of my comment was that we have private schools that actually participate in the federal foods program. At least that was true prior to COVID. Is it still true? Thank you.
Are there any more questions for Representative Deshay? Yes, Representative Hobson.
Thank you for taking my question. I just wanted clarification in the bill. On line 3, you mentioned such meals shall be served with cost or at a reduced cost. Can you explain how that would work into the fiscal note?
I can give you my interpretation and kind of part of what I kind of intended, and that's a very good question. Reduced cost, I guess that could mean anywhere from a small amount that the child has to pay to, or the family to a larger amount. But I would assume then that would imply that a certain amount of cost has to be borne by the school district.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions? Thank you very much, Representative.
Thank you.
We have Jessica Graham from the New Hampshire Health and Human Services.
Jessica Gorin from New Hampshire Hunger Solutions.
Oh, that's,
Sorry, it's a small line.
yeah.
Apologize.
I have old eyes.
That's okay. Good morning, Chairman Ladd and representatives of the House Education Committee. My name is Jessica Gorin. I'm the Deputy Director of New Hampshire Hunger Solutions. Our organization advocates to end food insecurity, improve access to nutritious food, and address hunger's root cause issues for all New Hampshire residents. New Hampshire Hunger Solutions is committed to improving participation in school meals with a focus on school breakfast. I'm here today to speak in support of House Bill 1564, requiring all New Hampshire schools to offer school breakfast. New Hampshire ranks 47th out of 50 states in our nation in school breakfast participation. Each day, New Hampshire misses serving 7,869 students school breakfast and annually leaves $1,524,771 federal dollars on the table. The research done by the Food Research and Action Center and No Kid Hungry show that increased meal participation leads to healthier students who are able to learn. This leads to high test scores, increased graduation rates, and improved short-term and long-term economic outcomes. In the short term, increased participation helps to increase revenues for food service departments, which often have their own funding and revenue streams separate from school districts. In the long term, higher graduation rates lead to higher rates of pay post-graduation. It has also been proven that students who eat breakfast at school are less likely to be food insecure as adults. New Hampshire has shown that it cares about access to school breakfast when it passed Senate Bill 82 in 2019 and Governor Sununu signed it into law as an addendum to RSA 18911-A. This RSA requires that all students who are eligible for reduced price meals at school receive a free breakfast, and the state of New Hampshire provides the reimbursement for such meals to school districts. House Bill 1564 will improve where New Hampshire stands on school breakfast participation, leading to a strong New Hampshire workforce, and to make sure all students have access to the nutrition they need to achieve educational success.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Not seeing any hands. Or yes, Representative Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one, the 7,000 that you mentioned, students, what about the parent who prefers the old days to feed their child at home before they go? Is that part of the 7,000?
The part of the 7,000 is a number that's based on a ratio that was provided by the Food Research and Action Center. So that number is for every 100 free and reduced eligible students participating in school lunch, they would like to see 70 free and reduced eligible students participating in school breakfast. And in New Hampshire, we have 45.6 free and reduced eligible students that participate in school breakfast for every 100 that participate in lunch.
Further questions? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And the last pink card I have is Nancy Vaughn, American Heart Association.
Yes, good morning once again. I'm going to be very brief. Nancy Vaughn with the American Heart Association, Government Relations Director. We are in support of this bill because it does offer children more nutrition for their health and also prepares them better for their school day. My written testimony does comment on children from families of low income that this bill would help considerably. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Thank you very much. I see we have Department of Education back there still. I asked the question whether it be from Mackenzie Snow or Caitlin Davis. I see you here, Caitlin. The question is, of the amount of money provided to these schools for the breakfast program, is there any money that the local district has to raise locally in order to pay for that program?
Thank you for the question. Mackenzie Snow, Division Director of Learner Support again for the record, and Kelly Rambo, Director of ONPS for the record. So right now the average meal price for school breakfasts is $2.35. That includes an additional piece of aid. The national average is $2.72, so we would estimate that it would be in that range.
So as a follow-up, to pay for the program, is the money that comes from the federal government by way of this grant take care of the costs, the total cost to run the program, or is there anything that if these 30 schools go that direction, are they going to have to put additional dollars in their budget to make it work?
So we only have a set reimbursement rate from the federal government and from the state. So if there are additional expenses that would be incurred at the local level, we would not track that information necessarily. So that could vary between school districts and schools.
So, and one last follow-up, forgive me, committee. So if we have X number of dollars in the pot for the program and we add 30 schools more into that pot, are the receiving districts right now going to receive less?
No, not necessarily. That's based on a set federal reimbursement rate. But this bill, as we understand it, does require either participation in the National School Lunch Program and the provision of breakfast and lunch. But if you choose not to participate in the National School Lunch Program, there must be a locally supported provision of school breakfast. So whether you participate or not, the requirement persists.
Okay. Are there further questions of the department? Yes, Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question, Mackenzie. So there was a reference made to Senate Bill 82 in 2019 that the governor signed, in which it was stated this morning that New Hampshire assumed responsibility for the costs of a free breakfast to any student who qualifies. Do you have any sense of how much money is being spent by the state at this point, or how many schools are actually taking advantage of that?
So again, we have, of our 466 schools participating in NSLP, all of those participate in breakfast with the exception of 30. So that is the information that we do have. Is that
Thank you.
responsive to your question? Okay.
Representative Lakes?
So if a school is currently not doing breakfast, i.e. they're not hiring people, they don't have the cafeteria working at that point, et cetera, does what the federal government pay per meal cover, would they cover all of that, the extra help, the extra people, all of that kind of stuff? Is it sufficient?
Thank you for the question. So in our recommendation that the amount would be indeterminable, the cost at the local level would be indeterminable, in that we include startup costs, which it would include equipment, labor, onboarding, training of staff, outreach about the opportunity. And from other states, we know that estimates could be up to $23,000 per school, depending on what equipment, what infrastructure the school and school district have currently. And again, those startup costs would not be federally covered.
Thank you very much. We're going to close this hearing now. The department's here for technical support. They never filled out a pink card, but they're here for technical support anytime we need that. Other input that might be coming from the audience right now, please submit a question or information that you may have to us in writing, and this committee will look at that. Thank you very much. This hearing is closed. The next bill which we have prior to lunch here is HB 1142, 1142, relative to the right to submit evidence. No, let's see. No. I'm on the wrong. I'm in children and family law. Yeah, we don't want to go there, do we? HB 627, FN, establishing an Education Freedom Account Program Administrator in the Department of Education and making an appropriation therefore. So with that, I'd like to welcome Representative Hill to speak on the bill, or to present the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you
For
very
the
much.
record, I am Representative Greg Hill. I represent the town of Northfield and 1/3 of the city of Franklin. I'd like to comment quickly that the lights are a little dimmer in here without Representative Shaw. I'm here introducing House Bill 1627. This was legislation requested by the department. As we are all aware, thus far, this new EFA program is tremendously popular with parents. As with any controversial program, the amount of misinformation about what the law says or doesn't say is immense. As stated in the legislation, the Education Freedom Account Administrator, a new position, shall coordinate and provide technical assistance to guide students, parents, and the scholarship organizations responsible for dispensing the education freedom accounts under RSA 194F. The Education Freedom Account Administrator will also serve as a resource for administrators, educators, families, scholarship organizations, and policymakers across the state. I see the department is here. For that reason, I think I will decline to waste any more of your time and suggest that the questions would be best served by the department.
Thank you very much, Representative Hill. You never waste our time. You may take our time up, but you don't waste it. Okay, Representative Weiler. Yes, Representative Porter.
Is there any more copies of Representative Weiler's information?
Yes,
We're short one.
we sort of split them both ways. I think
Thank
there'll
you.
probably be some on this side of the table. You're welcome. Welcome, Representative Weiler. Ken, would you press the button, please? Gotcha.
There it goes. Representative Ken Weiler, Rockingham 13, the towns of Hempstead and Kingston. The education freedom accounts have proven successful for families of students
who are not succeeding in regular public schools. In this handout, Fiscal Effects of School Choice by Martin F. Lucan show the following recent numbers for New Hampshire. 413 students participating at a cost of $2.3 million. This represents 0.2% of the students and 0.1% of total schools' costs. We see increasing demand for this program, and even at its present level, there will continue to be requests for guidance enough to justify the hiring of a full-time administrator. The decisions of this legislature, guided by this committee, is to allowing education choice to deliver better results for our state overall. I hope that you will pass this bill. I will pass in this handout, if you don't have it, from Ed Choice, the Fiscal Research and Education Center, as some of the figures I referred to. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Representative. Are there questions for Representative Weiler? Yes, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Representative Weiler, for taking my question. As a former chair of the House Finance Committee, do you have any concerns or reservations regarding a program that was budgeted at $129,000 and so far has clocked in at over $8 million in terms of cost to the state?
I do not. As a supporter of this, there are ways within that budget, which is very large, to move some monies around, and that's what we do in Finance Committee. But we try to meet the demand.
Follow
Yes.
up?
Yes, you may.
Thank you very much. Would you be moving that money around from within the Education Trust Fund?
As much as possible, yes.
Thank
Because
you.
every year there seems to be a reduction in student count, so that usually is excess money.
Follow up on that?
Yes.
Thank you very much for taking my question. In terms of the reduction on student counts, I believe the Education Trust Fund is based on actual student numbers or student ADM numbers provided by the department for the prior year. Is that not the case?
Yes.
Thank you.
However, within the current year, there are still differences.
Okay, Representative Tanner.
Thank you, Chairman, for recognizing me, and thank you, Representative Weiler, for taking my question. The scholarship organization gets a sizable amount of money to administer this program, the EFAs, and since it's grown to $8 million and probably going up even more, I'm wondering if some of that money could be used to offset this position at the Department of Education.
That's certainly something that we'll be able to address when we get the bill over to us. At this point, we haven't really got into that fine print of that detail. Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Representative Weiler, thank you for being here today. I just have one question. Can you tell me the date of publication of that document?
November 2021.
21? So, well over a year ago, right?
No, within the last few
Oh,
months.
this is past November, 21, okay. Thank you.
Are there further questions? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much, Representative Weiler.
I'll leave this with the committee.
Thank you. We have a card from Chow Kelly.
Yes, I'm here to, my name is Chow Kelly. I'm from Hooksett, New Hampshire, and I'm here to support this bill, 1127, right? So, 6711?
1627.
1627, I'm sorry, I couldn't remember the numbers. I help a lot of people to register their kids for this program. And a lot of them like very disappointed that their income prohibit them from enrolling their kids into these programs. And they love this Freedom account. And even my own family, I try to help my nephew enroll into this program.
and I have many questions. So it would be very helpful to have people and funding designated to help a lot of parents and guardians to enroll the kids into the programs of the parents' choice. The parents leaving the public school for many reasons. And one of the main reasons is the critical race theory. And the other thing is about those things that the public school, some of them teaching like this sexual stuff that even adults don't even dare talking about. So it's corrupt the child's mind and the child's innocence at such early age, at any age actually. So I'm here to ask for your support to support this bill. And if possible, get rid of this income limit or maybe raise it up to 500,000 or something like that. Because 150,000 with the income and the inflation right now, it means nothing. And parents live in the limbo to like get the children stuck in the public school. When they go to the school board meetings, the school board treat them like enemies. They don't even listen to the parents. They make decisions for the parents to teach what's in the school, which is wrong. Parents should have the primary choice in what their child should learn and should not learn. So that's why this freedom account is a freedom for the parents to choose. But why is that we have such a discrimination based on the income, on the parents? All men are created equal. Not rich men and poor men are different. No, we should have that choice. And I'm speaking on behalf of a lot of New Hampshire citizens. I went to a lot of fair and set up tables with my friends and team to help people, to tell people about these programs, to give them choices and help them sign them up. I got emails to prove it to you. So please support this bill and get rid of that income limit or raise it to 500,000. You keep up with the inflation rate. That should be it. Thank you so much.
This bill has nothing to do with income. It has to do with an administrator at the Department of Education to manage the program.
I read so many bills today, so
Yes,
I'm
okay.
sorry. I'm all over the places.
Thank you, Chow.
But thank you.
Are you willing to take any questions?
Definitely.
I don't see any hands up, so thank you very much.
Thank you for your time, Chairman Blatt. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
We have the Department of Education here. Are there any technical questions to ask of the department? Or anything the department has to offer? Yes, so I don't know if this is Mackenzie or Caitlin or both. Okay, Mackenzie, you got it. Representative, who had the hand up? Representative Likas?
Thank you, Mackenzie. Oh, and Caitlin too. Yay. Hello. Thank you for answering my questions. My understanding, with this bill, I ended up talking with the scholarship organization, and it seems that at least for all of the setup, which was the large hard work of figuring out how all this works and everything, that ended up laying on the scholarship organization, which makes sense. They're the ones that get 10%. I'm just wondering now that they're using, I guess, I4C to put in pupils and double checking and checking with schools and making sure that nothing is, the kids aren't multiply enrolled and all of that kind of stuff. And most of the work of setup is done. It seems like now we're shutting the door after the horse is gone. I'm wondering why we need this position now. It seems like it would have been really good in the last year.
So first of all, thank you for the question. I completely agree. It would have been very helpful to have an administrator at the beginning of this program. The original fiscal note for the bill did have an administrator, and unfortunately the legislature chose not to give us that position at the Department of Education. The initial work, the initial setup of the program was very cumbersome for the department, as are all of the new programs that are continuously created by the legislature for the department without existing or without additional staff. So I would like everybody to remember that as you're working through this session, the amount of work the department does. But but there is a lot of ongoing work that's included. So while the scholarship organization is working directly with the parents, no different than a public school or non-public school working directly with parents that are enrolled, there's a lot of reporting and oversight that needs to be done by the Department of Education. That is an ongoing work for the department to take on. Each year, there are several large data reports that are done by the scholarship organization. The Children's Scholarship Foundation has been a very good kind of test case in the number of times we had to go back and forth, and we're working very regularly on Sundays to try to work through data quality issues. There are a lot of those that I don't want to repeat, and hopefully having a full-time administrator will provide some support for the department. Every single time the scholarship organization enters data to our system, partially because of the type of systems that we have where we don't have real-time data collection systems, we have to reconcile that all out by hand. We have to work with the scholarship organization to say, you've submitted the student, but the student is submitted by the school. We have conversations with the school and the scholarship organization in no different manner than we do when two public schools submit the same student. So it's just additional work that's been created with the EFA program. Other things that come hand in hand are the Legislative Oversight Committee and data requests by the legislature, by members of the public, the RFPs and the contract negotiations that come with doing a scholarship organization request for proposal and then ongoing operations. Additional reporting requirements that will likely come on the department. So it is an ongoing program that needs support within the department, as well as the support that the scholarship organization is providing directly to the parents that it is helping.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions, Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for being with us this morning. Representative Weiler referred to the program as yielding better results for our state. I believe that's what his exact words were. But as far as results go, and I think this ties into your testimony, Ms. Davis, would this administrator be able to provide results, obviously not connected with specific students, but results for this program as far as student performance, local expenditures, and state expenditures?
So this position would take up those responsibilities related to the academic achievement of those EFA participating students. So state expenditures, yes. Local expenditures, I'm unsure to what you're referring.
All right. Thanks. Let me be very clear. At the when this voucher program was being proposed, the primary one of the primary emphasis offered by the commissioner was that there was going to be substantial reduction in local public school expenditures. So given that was a significant motivation behind the program, I think it would be fair to ask the department to track and present the results of those local expenditures.
Thank you for the clarification. Yes, this would be included. The impact on local school districts and enrollments would be included in the responsibilities of the administrator.
Thank you very much. Representative Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for being here. Thanks for taking my question. Clarification, does the department have open positions for school coordinator, school counselors, and school nurses, to your knowledge?
So we do not employ school counselors. We have a team within the Division of Learner Support, the Office of Social and Emotional Wellness, which has MTSSB consultants covering our 5 regions. 2 of those positions are open. And then related to school nurses, that is a position that has been open for some time.
Follow up?
Yes.
Do you have any sense about when these are going to be filled? Because I think the school nursing position has been open for quite a while.
We have a number of positions open across the agency. We are no exception to the constraints on hiring and the attractiveness of state employment. So we are actively recruiting for a number of positions across the agency.
Thank you.
Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, ladies. I believe what Representative Ellison was referring to was a position that was created in 2019 for a director of school counseling that was going to fall under the Bureau of Student Support. Has that position been eliminated, or? I know it hasn't been filled because there's no person in that job, but what has happened to that position?
So we have a number of positions that work directly with school counselors. It's not directly relevant to this bill, but I'm happy to follow up on a historical position about what you're asking.
Representative Tanner.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. Will you be working with the Giving and Going Alliance also for the Christian academies?
So the Giving and Going Alliance did tell us that they did not want to participate this time around when we did our first contract this summer. However, we will be releasing an RFP shortly at the department, and any organization that is registered under 77G is more than willing or more than able to apply for the contract.
Thank you. Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, ladies, for taking my question. In the version of the Freedom Account bill that passed in the budget, it said that the scholarship granting organization would be able to decide which programs are eligible for coverage under this program. Would this position be able to do that instead of the organization? I mean, would they be making decisions about which program could be funded with these scholarship dollars?
So under current statute, we do review the application process for education service providers, and that responsibility would be a part of this position. But again, the scholarship organization directly receives those applications and reviews the education service providers who are in desire of participation.
Follow up.
Are there guidelines that the department will be offering to the scholarship granting organization to help them make those decisions? For example, how does the organization or the department decide which religious school would be funded? I mean, which schools of which religion would be funded?
So determinations upon different determinations of eligibility on the basis of religion would be likely unconstitutional. So I'm not sure that that would be a relevant criterion, the religious nature or the specific religion associated with an education service provider. But for those criterion related to the provision of a high-quality education to a student, an administrator could certainly advise on factors related to quality.
Thank you. Are there any further, Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Am I correct in that this is not a voucher program and that a voucher is not given to a family to go to a particular school, but in effect is an education savings account program, and there are a list in the legislation of valid expenses for which a parent could pay for educational options for their child?
That's correct. There's a multitude of education expenses and potential types of education service providers, including institutions of higher education, tutors, special education service providers, and therapists. So thank you for the clarification. It would not be limited to oversight or advisement of non-public school education service providers.
Thank you.
I'd like to, at this time, thank the department for offering us technical support and advice here. At this point in time, I'm going to close this hearing.
see, we're at lunchtime, right? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, at this point in time, we are breaking for lunch, and we'll convene at 1 o'clock. Okay, it's 1 o'clock, and I'd like to go ahead with the agenda for this afternoon. Before we get into the specifics of these bills, 1630 right down to 1144, the way this agenda for the afternoon is put together, we have a number of bills that are dealing with various aspects of curriculum, be it PE, be it labor history, be it philosophy, all civics. I know that there's some folks who may be testifying on various bills, some may be on all bills, and there may be a common thought through all those bills. See, we're dealing with curriculum, and I've suggested to one individual that came up here during lunch break, if you are testifying on all these bills, but there's a common thread, you can mention that at the beginning of the first bill here, and you can sign the blue sheets and indicate your position on each bill on those blue sheets and submit written testimony. But rather than reproducing or saying over and over and over again this one position, you don't have to do that. We understand it's already, so that way we may be able to get through this in a way that without, hearing the same thing over and over and in a timely manner. Of course, we are bound by a schedule that's here, but I think that would help, and it might even help those who are here that would like to get out and get on with other affairs that they're dealing with. So that advice is given right now to all who might be wanting to testify on this bill. The first bill, being a bill 1630 with Representative Saudi as the representative, and he is not here today, so I will be introducing that bill for him. And as soon as I get over there, then Representative Cordelli is going to take over this particular bill.
So we will open the hearing on House Bill 1630, requiring high school students to complete a half-year required course in the Introduction to Philosophy. And I will call upon Chairman Ladd to open this bill and introduce it for us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members of the Education Committee. For the record, my name is Rick Ladd. I'm a representative from Haverhill, New Hampshire. I'm here today to introduce HB 1630, which is a bill that's already been defined by the chair, dealing with the area of philosophy in the high school level. I'm doing this on behalf of Representative Sati, who's not able to be here today. I am not a co-sponsor or sponsor of this bill, but I feel that it's important that this bill be introduced and that there be some discussion on it. I have before me the representative's written testimony. I would like to read that into the record for, it's written by Mr. Sati, Representative Sati, and it is as follows. As the primary sponsor of HB 1630, I am submitting my testimony in writing due to illness and out of an abundance of caution. This bill looks to require introduction to philosophy, the love of wisdom, to be taught as a half-year course in high school. I am not one to go dictating and micromanaging what should be taught in our schools, especially in a world of exponentially increasing information, but there are some core essentials. One must be wise, choose wisely what the essential foundational tools are and let people pursue their areas of interest as they see fit. First, let me be clear up what I mean by philosophy. I do not mean philosophy as a form of ideology, but as a means of inquiry. This is not about teaching students what to think, but about how to think, question, and inquire, to understand that there is an anatomy to acknowledge and degrees of certainty, to understand the age-old philosophical question, how do you know that you know? This is why the bill specifies the areas of philosophy that should be covered: theory of knowledge, logic, ethics, and the philosophy of science. In the past year, we had a bill that touched on some of these issues. I chose to make a broader approach with this bill. Philosophy is the traditional path to law school. A PhD doctorate in philosophy is the highest degree awarded to many of our academics. The lessons of philosophy create a thinking citizenry, one who makes wise choices. We owe our high school students an education in philosophy. It is our intellectual heritage. It is our legacy. Please join me in supporting this bill. Let us not yet again posthumously condemn Socrates to death. Thank you for your consideration, Representative Julius Sati. Wyndham. I have just a few remarks, and I will give those remarks from Rick Ladd, Haverhill, New Hampshire. As you know, I was a school principal and a fourth grade teacher for many, many, many years. Elementary school, number of years as an elementary principal in elementary schools. And curriculum is an area that I love, and I feel this part of that core of what we do, along with instruction and alignment of assessment and school facilities, to make our education safe, productive, and a learning experience that benefits all students to career. As a elementary school principal, I wrote a number of curriculum throughout the state. One of the curriculum was developed and written in the state of Maine. It's now owned by Down East Magazine. It dealt with the social studies, but when I was up in Alaska as a school principal there, one of the areas that we very much got involved with in teaching how to think came from a program called Great Books Foundation, the Junior Great Books. Right here. Some of you may be familiar as educators of what this did. It's a system of shared inquiry. You read the story once, you get the facts. You read it again, you have a lot of discussion amongst people in the classroom, and you get into different types of questioning. Questioning for facts, questioning for interpretation, questioning for evaluation. What do you think about the story? What was the author trying to convey to us? You'll find that there is, in many cases, not a correct answer. There's many answers that can make things correct, and many different ways of perceiving and seeing. Teaching the best ways to think on your own is what this program is all about. It's how to think. And we did this starting in the younger grades. By that I'm saying right down in first grade, right in kindergarten, all the way up through junior high school, the grades I had in that particular building. And what we did, we learned that the philosophy of learning, how you learn, the logic and the rhetoric that's necessary are key components to how we learn. So I feel that from my perspective, we can't just start this at one grade level in high school and have a philosophy course say, there, you've got it. It's a way of thinking, it's a way of shared learning and shared understanding and shared inquiry, which is important. So many times you read a book and you're always going to the next section to see what happens. And seeing that basic, concrete, sequential type information, the facts. But then we have to sort through the facts and find out, why is it being written? How does it relate to me? How does it relate to you, my other classmates? That's the discussion that gets you to the higher order thinking skills. This is why when we had HB 242 before us in the previous year, we note that in that bill, we talked about logic and rhetoric, key components to learning, key components to learning, the core foundational elements that are part of education. And we saw it then, and we need to see it now, that anything we do, we're going to have to be looking at those components. Logic, how you think, and rhetoric, how we communicate. So with that, I will stop my testimony. I'll take questions from my perspective, but I can't take questions for Representative Sadi.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Lakis.
Since we're going to be dealing with a lot of bills that have to do with curriculum, can you explain now, as we're getting started, basically what our role in curriculum is, what the DOE's role is, and what the town's role is? So we understand when we're looking at these?
Within curriculum, we have various targeted learning expectations for our students which are learning. Those are called competencies. Curriculum and instruction. Curriculum is the material, the outline of where we are, what's in the course, what's in a program. And the instructional component, the methodology, how we teach, is that of the instruction in that school or in that district. It's a methodology. You can go from one classroom to another and you're going to see different ways of communicating. It doesn't say one's right, one's wrong. It means there's different ways of structuring and organizing your imparting the areas of curriculum which we have to teach. Curriculum and instruction, two different things. And we do have our standards which associate with what we want as, what are those academic standards that all should achieve to be competent. And the curriculum is the material we use to get into it, have those objectives which we're trying to learn, identified, and how we teach. So with instruction. So I hope I can, it's hard to answer that question in one brief sentence or two. I hope that helps you a little bit. You're welcome.
Thank you. Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Ladd, for taking my question. You'll recall that last term we had HB 242 with regard to an adequate education, which you spent a lot of time on, which passed the House and the Senate, but the governor vetoed it. So I'm just wondering, how do you see this philosophy course potential requirement, or how do you see philosophy tying into an adequate education, or do you?
See, you used the word course, and there's a lot of courses which we teach. In fact, if you look at your rules that have in 306, Education 306, in order to have a public school that's approved and all, we have these rules which identify the elective courses, the primary courses you have to have in order to have those 20 credits to graduate from high school. How you think, in my perspective, is embedded in everything we do. If you're going to go the route of philosophy as a separate required course at the high school, then are we adding something on top of what we already have, and there's going to be some other issues associated with that. There's going to be costs. There's going to be certification requirements. Who's going to teach that course? I don't know if I'm necessarily agreeing with that. I didn't come here to, take a position on it right now. I want to hear this committee discuss it a little bit. However, I believe that you can teach everything I talked about in the junior grade books here in this foundation, this program, whether you're doing it in civics or you're doing it in literature, whether you're doing it and you're thinking on some other subject core area within your school. We oftentimes will teach social studies via literature and in the literature class. Some schools may not do it. They may have a straight textbook to do that. It's really a local issue and how it's going to be conveyed in that school. Years ago, we had some schools that had all the walls in the classroom. Some had no walls in the classroom. Some used inquiry science. Some did not use it. You can go down the list. And so that's a local decision. Your school board has to make that decision and working with the instructors in that school.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Ladd. I agree with you that that is excellence in teaching, and I agree with you, and I want to point out that that kind of excellence in teaching is going on in classrooms in public schools all over the state. I know for a fact, because I've been in them and I've watched it happen from little kids to high school. How would that method of teaching conflict with the restrictions that have currently been put into law about which topics can be discussed in this way? I am hearing many people coming to me saying that they're finding themselves as teachers chilled or nervous about doing that kind of activity with their classes because of the recent Senate House Bill SB2, House Bill 2, that put in the banned concepts language.
Is that a
So,
question about this
yeah,
legislation?
I'm asking how he would, in his opinion, get around that restriction that teachers have now to continue to do the kind of deep inquiry and questioning of values back and forth between each other that you so highly praised in the junior grade books program.
Thank you very much, Representative Porter. I don't believe what I've just spoken about is a restriction how you teach. I think this methodology should be applied to everything we do. I've seen classrooms where I see children thriving and enjoying and respecting each other's opinion. I think it's up to the teacher to be the guide and and that takes a lot of training to know how to teach like this. This is something you just don't grab off the shelves and start. This is where in-service is very necessary. I don't believe that what's going on in today's society should have any effect, and I don't think the bill that you're trying to speak to is the discrimination bill. I don't think that bill has any restrictions as far as what is taught. I think it means you're not going to advocate yourself and push something to the kids and not be respectful of differing positions. This whole concept of the junior grade book program or inquiry, a shared inquiry, is one where we respect the opinions of others within that classroom. And that's how things grow. I don't think it's going to be a restrictive, and I don't think that what I'm advocating can be done irregardless. It should be how we're doing things and have been doing things for years.
Representative Mullen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Ladd, for taking my question. First of all, as somebody who taught junior grade books for a significant number of years, and more recently than you, I just want to say how impressed I am that you could put your hands on your junior grade books manual to bring it in here as Exhibit A today. And my question is, because I agree with you that the process by which kids learn how to think is critically important. I'm wondering if you would agree that starting in high school is a bit late. I wonder whether or not this type of inquiry should in fact be started earlier in a child's education than as a standalone high school course.
I absolutely agree that this methodology of instruction, shared inquiry, and learning how to read, you read it once, you read it again a second time, that's part of the program. And from that, you discern fact. You usually get that the first round. Then you get into interpretation and evaluation. This should be done in the schools I had. We started this program formally in 3rd grade. And we continued on through. By the time I would walk into a classroom in 6th grade or one of my 8th grade classrooms, the level of thinking was just wonderful. We initially adopted this program for our gifted program. We had a gifted program in the school, a gifted teacher, in that state gifted was funded totally, and we had criteria for getting in that program. The gifted teacher then, teacher gifted, not, and I would say she was very gifted, but then turned around and cooperatively and collaboratively we trained all teachers on that staff to get in the same venue, which we did. And with that, we saw a level of support within the community. The kids went on to do wonderful things. So to answer your question, yes, it's important that this process begin in the elementary grades. And I fear right now that we have kids that are in 3rd grade now. And when COVID started, they were probably kindergartners. And since that time, grades 1, 2, and now 3, they've gone through everything that's a result of COVID. Some of them not in school much, some in school with, the mask that I have around my neck here I should be wearing. But there's a loss. There's a loss in academics, and we all know that. My primary goal is that, and see, what have they missed? They missed the development of all this. So I would say that, yes, we can't lose sight the elementary school is, everything need to know is learned in kindergarten. But beyond that, you all know that, in the lower elementary grades, extremely important. Especially, I enjoyed watching those fourth graders. That's where you start seeing them going from that concrete organizational into this logic and that. So it's a fun time for kids. We need to start not just as high school, half-year course or that. This needs to be ongoing, just like we teach kids how to use the computers now. And we don't wait to high school.
Thank you. Any further questions? Oh, sorry, yes. Representative Luno.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Representative Ladd, for introducing the bill and sharing your experience connected to this. Just a couple of more, I guess, process related questions. But would this bill increase the number of graduation credits that some students will need to achieve in order to graduate high school in New Hampshire?
I was hoping we would discuss that when we get into a committee look at this. As I said, I'm not really, I'm here to just give my own perspective and understanding. I understand what Representative Sadi is doing. He believes very much in philosophy, as I do. However, is this going to be an elective course? Is it going to be a shall everybody takes part in this course? And if so, there's going to be an expense to it.
Right, and then just a second part on this. On line 7 is the effective date, 60 days after passage. From your last answer, I'm gathering that this committee may do a deeper dive into.
I'm sure Representative Mullen, and knowing that she's been involved with this, you don't just do it in 60 days.
Right.
This is a type of thing where you got to get a good hold on it. You got to go through doing it yourself. You got to have all the in-service and the preparation for it. We sent teachers where I was in Alaska down to the States for further training. By that I mean down to the lower 48. And so it would take, I would say, to get this done properly, you'd have to gradually get it built through, because you can't just start popping this Series 7 on a student that, and some of the things you're looking at within those guides and for the teacher in the 6th grade without any previous understandings, where you've got to build towards this. And so it's a way of thinking. It's a way of thinking which is absolutely we need more of in our society. And we got to be respecting those opinions that this espouses.
Terrific.
From differing
Thank you.
opinions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none. Thank you,
Thank you very
Representative.
much, Mr. Chair.
Next call, Jason Soren. Is that? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Jason Sorens from Amherst, New Hampshire. And I am supporting this bill. It may need some amendment, as we talked about in the discussion just now, to give schools a little more time to prepare and possibly a little more flexibility to meet the requirement. But I do support the notion of requiring a philosophy credit for graduation for high school students in this state. And the reason for this, it's really twofold. First of all, philosophy is relevant to whatever you do. I am a political scientist by training, but I use philosophy regularly, and there is a philosophy of whatever it is you do. The philosophy can tell you, for instance, if you're a scientist, what is the meaning and significance of the work that you're doing? What is its value? That is, what is its end or purpose? Those are critical things for us to know and to be reflective about the kind of work we do. And I use philosophy very regularly in my work. The second reason why this requirement would be beneficial is that as citizens, we need access to some of these tools to solve some of the problems that we're having in our society, in our politics. One of the biggest problems, and I think everyone has noticed in our politics nowadays, is an increase in tribalism and confirmation bias. That is the unwillingness to consider evidence that challenges your own views. And we see this on all sides of the political spectrum. And philosophy instruction can help us get away from that. By learning logic, epistemology, which is the theory of knowledge, we see that to get at the truth, we need to be curious, but we also need to be dispassionate. We need to not think of truth as an exercise in supporting our team, whatever that may be, but in actually challenging our team and challenging our preconceived notions and noticing, recognizing logical fallacies and avoiding them in our reasoning process. Ideally, introducing students to logic, to logical fallacies, teaching them how to avoid them, teaching them the means of getting at truth and the significance of truth is going to help them become better citizens, more reflective, more idiosyncratic, if you will, less willing to toe a particular line, but more willing to think for themselves. Very few high school students ever encounter philosophy before getting to college. And therefore, very few college students, and I've taught the collegiate level for nearly 2 decades, very few college students ever even consider taking a philosophy course because they've never been introduced to it. These are the biggest questions. What is truth? What is just in our society? Do human beings have free will? Do we have moral responsibility? These sorts of questions are the questions that philosophy investigates. They're questions relevant to all of us, and yet very, very few of us ever get to investigate them in a systematic manner because we're just not introduced to these ideas at any point in our academic careers. So New Hampshire could certainly take the lead here by encouraging and even ultimately requiring schools to offer this course and to require their students to take a course in philosophy. Perhaps we should allow extended learning opportunities to count. Perhaps it should make clear that a literature course or a civics course could also, so long as it incorporates these elements, fulfill the requirement. Those are possible amendments that would make this less of a burden on schools. But the idea is that students should be introduced to philosophy before they get to college, and this bill would accomplish that. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Do I see any questions? Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Very interesting. But you just said that this would be good for students to be exposed to or to have wash over them before they go to college. And when you said that, that was the thought that I had. Having taught in high schools, and I want to say this delicately, I'm picturing a lot of my high school students as just not having any interest whatsoever in epistemology and that type of thing in some of the various schools of thought amongst philosophers. I agree with what you said about being good for college track students. So that said, the prime sponsor is not here. Do you see his intent as being this as a universal requirement, or you just said for college-bound students? What do you think about that?
Yeah, well, I've talked to Representative Sadi about this bill a little bit, and his intention is that all high school students go through this class to see if this is something that does, in fact, interest them. And it would be difficult to somehow limit this course to simply college-bound students. How do you identify those students, right? How do we make this a requirement simply for those students? Could you try to get out of the requirement by claiming you're not college-bound or things like that? I will say that what is distinctive and interesting about philosophy and why I enjoy teaching when I get a chance to, my work is mainly in political science, as I've said, but I have taught political philosophy, is that everyone has some philosophical views. We're human beings. We can't help but have some philosophical views. Are there objective truths, for instance? People have opinions about that. And the method of philosophy, the thought experiment, is the main method whereby philosophy tries to get at the truth. It's really reflecting on examples or sort of situations, like the famous trolley example in ethics, that gets you to think about your premises and think about which sorts of premises are plausible. That is a work that my students really enjoy doing. And everyone can do that, right? Everyone can sit and think, if I were in that situation, what would I think is the right thing to do? It may be more difficult for students, for instance, to do biology than to do philosophy. With biology, you've got to have some facility with math, you've got to understand something about the scientific method, and those are all valuable things. But I think philosophy is actually in some ways less challenging, if appropriately taught at the high school level, less challenging than, for instance, the natural sciences, because it presupposes a little bit less in terms of technical skills.
Thank you very much.
Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Dr. Sorens, for joining us this afternoon. I was wondering if you could, or hoping you could, comment on, what you just talked about, particularly the the ability for students to investigate and explore. And I think I wrote down your words correctly. Evidence that challenges their own views, and sort of, crosswalk that or in juxtaposition with statutes we have here in New Hampshire that actually ban the exploration of certain concepts.
Mm. Yeah, I've obviously followed the debate over that legislation. To be perfectly honest, I'm not sure what I think about that legislation personally. I've heard both proponents and opponents describe it differently. And if the legislation is the way the opponents describe it, I would oppose it. If the legislation is the way the proponents describe it, I would support it. We'll have to see how that gets interpreted. Certainly, I do not think that that legislation should be interpreted at any rate to prohibit the discussion of any concepts. And if it does, I think that is a problem with that legislation. That's all I feel qualified to say about that.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here. Next, and I think finally, is Jerry Frew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I feel surrounded by legislators. I don't know. My name is Jerry Frew, and I am the Associate Executive Director for the New Hampshire School Administrators Association. And out of respect for the time demands on this committee, I'm going to offer testimony in writing. I've provided it to Legislative Services, and it will cover a number of curriculum-related bills. So I'll speak only once. That will be now, and as a matter of record for the committee, our concerns will be in the record so that you have that to look at. Part of my role in my current position, and actually part of my past life, was working with curriculum. Today, I currently work with curriculum directors and instructors, assistant superintendents, and the likes, through professional development and in pretty regular contact with those folks. I'd just like to ask a question of this committee, if I may. How many of you have ever been driving or ridden in a vehicle where that gas tank needle has come perilously close to empty, and you've wondered if you're going to reach your destination, and what the stress level and just kind of that visceral effect that you have in your body, like, oh my, are we going to make it? I'm just going to fast forward that to the feeling right now of curriculum folks and teachers in our classrooms and administrators in our buildings and school boards that have to make a lot of decisions, and tell you that in my weekly and sometimes daily communication with those folks, the tank is darn near close to empty, and it's January.
And I just would like you to ponder that thought as you think about all of these very well-intended pieces of curriculum legislation. We appreciate the bill sponsors. NHSAA appreciates each bill sponsor's concerns, the passion, the interest behind each proposal. By making these curriculum-related proposals, each sponsor has created an awareness of the desire of many of our legislators to see changes in curriculum offerings and practices. We encourage bill sponsors to work with their local districts and constituents to make these changes. A one-size-fits-all approach is not effective in a state where the burden of funding these changes takes place at the local level. As the chair of this committee has said on more than one occasion, curriculum decisions should be made at the local level. Curriculum changes typically are part of a long-term plan to account for budgetary implications, the distribution of human resources for professional training, curriculum, staff hiring, staff development. These curriculum-related bills are all well-intended, but carry with them commitments of time, human and sometimes physical resources that impact our local districts' capacities in one form or another. Districts have various capacities to meet those ambitious timelines for implementation, with each one of these bills intended to be in place for the 22-23 school year or sooner. By the time the legislative process is complete, course selections, class schedules for students, and school budgets will already have been acted by local legislative bodies for the 22-23 school year. We encourage each sponsor or legislator interested in changing the curriculum to work with their local school systems officials and communities to achieve those changes. At the very least, we would propose that any curriculum bill enacted be respectful of local capacity by allowing phased-in or flexible timelines for implementation, with none of it taking effect until July 2024 at the earliest, and be accompanied by a fiscal note to adequately implement the legislation. This flexibility allows for local communities to plan for the fiscal impact of training, hiring staff, facility management, and policymaking required as a result of these decisions. The sheer volume of these bills imposes demands on local resources and bandwidth, and with all due respect, we ask this committee to look at these not only as individual bills, but in sum total of all of these proposals as they impact local curriculum development. It is with that thought in mind that we ask the committee to find each of these curriculum bills inexpedient to legislate at this time, or at least retain them for further study, looking at the complete curriculum package as proposed by the legislature. And we would be very happy to assist with that process. But when you look at the CTE bills, the health, wellness, physical education, philosophy, the nutrition, half hour for lunch, there are lots of things that impact a school's day, time, and quite honestly, the human condition right now or next summer. Nobody's going to attack the curriculum issues now or even in the fall. It's going to be next summer. Sometime, our administrators, our teachers, our school folks all need to come up for air. That didn't happen this past summer. They thought they might get a little, just a little swig of that air, and then bang, they came back to school in September and the tsunami came again. And so we've got another year of underwater. And so I ask in compassion, it's funny, one of the pieces that we've talked about, one of the pieces that the curriculum directors have talked about is the frustration that they're experiencing in getting staff members to even participate in professional development like self-care and compassion fatigue. They don't even have the wherewithal to be able to do those things, and we're asking them now to spend time in the summer to revamp curriculum, to make significant, to perhaps hire more staff. I think you've received that message, and this testimony really satisfies testimony for about 8 bills. So the gift of time is yours, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Representative Lakis.
If there are things that we would, obviously there's a whole lot of things here that various of us want to see in. what would be a way of doing that that would not negatively impact the schools? Could we, just say, make sure that while you're teaching that you cover these things? I don't know, what suggestions do you have for us?
Thank you for that question, Representative Lakes, and that is a great question. I can tell you that part of another part of my job is to make sure that they're aware of these pieces of legislation. And so we explain the fact that these are conversations in Concord that they need to look at. I believe the other part is, though, also, we have a Department of Education that has a Bureau of Student Health and Wellness. I believe that some of the health and wellness bills and some of those things, it's as simple as looking at local curriculum and seeing if those things are already covered. I'm not quite sure that some of these proposals aren't already covered in local presentations. I think sometimes at this level, we have a tendency to hear from one or two outliers that are dissatisfied with the local situation. And when we dig down and take a look at it, we might find that many of these competencies, many of these practices are already in place. And I think that's the advantage, if you will, Representative, of referring at least for further study, because I think some of these things are already addressed. I do agree with Representative Luno's question that as the current philosophy bill is written, it would add a requirement for graduation. I think it was Representative Luno, I'm not quite sure. But I believe the way it's written, it's a required course for graduation from high school. I think anytime something is required, it adds another layer. It impedes that kid that's trying to get into the CTE program because they've got one more local requirement or one more state requirement that they have to meet.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I will close the hearing on House Bill 1630.
Yes, sir.
Start on this side.
Okay, we're finished the first bill for this afternoon, and we will be now entering into hearing HB 1263 presented by Jerry Knirk. I would like to say to Jerry, your penmanship is excellent.
I think I printed it.
I don't know if that was the Palmer method or Zahner Bloser, but I can read it.
I think I used block caps because, as I
Maybe
said,
it
my
was
worst grade
just
in all of school was
something else.
penmanship. My fate was sealed.
Okay, I spoke with you, Representative Knirk, on the horn. Perhaps when you introduce yourself, you can also explain
Yes,
what's
sir.
going on to the rest of the crew.
Yes, sir.
So, welcome to our committee today. This is education. We are here to hear the bill HB 1263 introduced relative to physical education in schools. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Jerry Knirk, representing Carroll County District 3, and I'm also a retired orthopedic surgeon. And I was going to actually say this to the end, but I will say it at this point. The person who motivated me to file this bill is a fellow orthopedic surgeon and sports medicine specialist and educator, Dr. Dan O'Neill, who truly wrote the book on this topic titled Survival of the Fit. He's here to testify today. They're also doing a documentary about it, and that is the reason why we have the person doing the filming. Nothing nefarious, just getting ready for a documentary. So basically, 1263 sets a minimum requirement for time spent in physical education for pupils in school. Bottom line, our kids are not active enough. They fail to meet even minimum standards for fitness. And this lack of physical activity is far-reaching, with 30% of our New Hampshire children, I should say, being overweight. Oh, by the way, just in case you know, I did distribute this earlier, so you had the testimony. 20% meeting the criteria for obesity, and we have elevated rates of type 2 diabetes in children. This is probably the first generation in history is expected to have a shorter lifespan than their parents because of these kinds of chronic illnesses. Lack of fitness contributes also to depression, stress and anxiety, and really also decreases school performance. You got to remember, children are really born as very active beings. They have a really strong physical identity. And as the grandfather of a 1-year-old boy at this point, I've been really reintroduced to the incredible level of activity and exploration of young children. But our current lifestyle allows children to spend their lives barely moving as they spend time in front of screens rather than going outside to either play or do chores, milk the cows, and so on and so forth. Now, we can address this problem by ensuring kids get at least a minimum level of physical activity every day to help preserve that physical activity, that physical identity. By introducing them to numerous physical activity choices, especially individual outdoor activities, not just team sports, we can provide a foundation for an active lifestyle for the rest of their lives. The CDC notes that physical education in the school improves grades and test scores and the ability to stay on task in the classroom, and that the increased time spent on physical education does not negatively affect the student's academic achievement. The choice of 30 minutes per day for elementary school students and 45 minutes per day for middle and high school students is based upon the Institutes of Medicine 2013 report called Evaluating the Student Body, Taking Physical Activity and Physical Education to School. That laid out the scientific basis for the recommendations for physical education in schools. This bill does not offer an exemption for team sports, as children should be exposed to numerous individual life activities, and some sports may not give much activity, such as, let's say you're on the baseball team, you're playing right field, you're not even a starter. You may not get that much activity day to day as you're doing that sport. Organized sports are not sufficient, as not everyone participates, and children often segregate themselves into either athletes or non-athletes far too early. I'm part of an example. I never did any sports at all. But for my age group, I'm probably one of the more active people you know, with cross-country skiing and downhill skiing and hiking and biking and swimming and running. I do that stuff all the day. I can't get through a day without something that's outside. I preserve my physical activity partly because my folks just sent me outside to play till the street lights came on. In any case, I'll be glad to take any questions if you have them. But again, the person who wrote the book is sitting behind me, and he'll be testifying.
Thank you very much, Representative. Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Bohm.
Chairman, thank you for taking the question. Over the years, we've done
a lot of these built a couple of times, if I remember. The problem is, as brought up earlier, there's not enough time in the school day to do this. Now, when I went to high school, we had phys ed every day, but the federal government and the state kept adding stuff, and it was on. My question is on alternative education, which we passed some years ago, and I know in our high school, we did it with, depending on the number of, what sport you were in, that served as a half credit. For example, if you were on the football team, you only had to do 1 year. If you were varsity only, basketball, varsity only. My granddaughter did gymnastics for 4 years. That was her alternative credit. That's plenty of exercise. So I think just leaving out the sports is wrong, because there are some sports where no matter what position you play, you're going to get a lot of exercise. Do you agree?
Yes, actually, I have to say, you know, in our, I'm at Health, Human Services, Elderly Affairs, we do a big job of, you know, tweaking bills. You have the expertise in education that I do not have. I would expect that together you will come up with something that would be far better than what I submitted. Thank you.
Are there further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question, Representative. Line 6 of the bill, if you have it in front of you.
Yes.
And the word "or" at the end of the sentence. I don't know. And a middle school or high school engages in a course of physical education for a minimum of 225 minutes. That means you get your choice, middle or high school?
Oh.
That's how I interpret it, so I'm sorry if I'm wrong.
That is not what was intended. It would be minimum 150 weeks for the elementary school,
I
and
know.
middle school or high school engages, but it certainly could be changed to "and" if that is confusing to people.
No, I may be the only one.
Well, if one is confused, then it's confusing.
Are there further questions from the committee here? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Pardon me? No, I didn't see any other hands up. Who do we have here now? Okay, now, okay, Representative Linda Tanner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the books, I'm Representative Linda Tanner. I represent Sullivan County, District 9, which has 8 towns, Plainfield, Cornish, Croydon, Newport, Grantham, Sunapee, Springfield, and Unity. And I taught physical education for 35 years, health and physical education at Kearsarge Regional High School. I'm here to testify today, partly to amplify a testimony that you have from Kathy Robgent, who is a former colleague of mine, and she was unable to attend today. But she was an elementary teacher for several decades at Kearsarge as well, and she became the elementary school teacher of the year in 2008. She's an exceptional person. And Kathy, when she was taking her master's degree, did a little study at Bradford Elementary School with the 5th grade. She's always been a person, and I think trained physical education people are trained to incorporate curriculum in their curriculum academics. There's always, it's not just here's the ball, go and have a good time with it. We do a lot with safety, we do a lot with fitness, we do a lot with coordinating things with academics. And Kathy did this study with math, and you know, sitting on this committee, I've heard about poor math scores and the reading scores at grade level 3. And so she attacked it by having a controlled group and a group that didn't do anything except go to math class. And then the other group she worked with, where she paired math questions and math skills with what was happening in physical education. And at the end of her period of time, she found out that they then tested them on the normal tests, and the group that she worked with came out statistically higher in math than the group that didn't. And in fact, she said one of the like aha moments, the Einstein moment, was when this kid said, "I finally figured out what perimeter means." Okay, so Kathy did a lot of work, and she wants you to know that, and I want you to know as well, that physical education is critically important. Physical activity is critically important in the development of children. Play is how kids learn. And recess and unorganized play is great, but it needs to be at some level organized, and it should be under the tutelage of a teacher who's been trained in physical education. And so I knew from college that different studies have proven right along that reading can be improved tremendously through physical activity. So I taught at the high school, and one of the things at the high school, we had a required course it was called Fit for Life. And it was really important, I think, and I've had some feedback from former graduates how important it was in their life, that we studied, and we did, weight training, we did stretching, we did yoga, we exposed them to a lot of different activities, but as we were doing them, we were talking to them about how it improved their immune system, which somebody was here talking about before. We hit nutrition, we hit a lot of different areas, and it was a course that I feel I was very proud of, that we had that. And then on the other hand, for the rest of their credit, they took an elective, either in an individual sport or they could take a team sport, but we tried to really push the individual lifetime sports. Because as Dr. Knurk said, a lot of people aren't into basketball and football and the team sports, although I think they're really important for a lot of kids as far as building team and being able to work with other people. There's advantages to team sports. But once you get in your 20s and 30s and 40s and 50s, and like I am, way up above that, I'm still playing tennis. And I'm not a Serena Williams by any means, but I play tennis. And it's really important to be active, and it gives you a longer lifetime. So I think this is a really important bill. I'd also like to remind people on this committee that have been on the committee for a while that a few years ago, the Honorable Mary Guile, myself, and a representative from Manchester got a bill through to change primary school, or to require primary schools and preschools to do experiential learning, to do physical learning, so that the students had play that was actually directed by somebody who knew what they were doing. They were a trained educator, and that actually improved the fitness and coordination and mental ability of the young children. Remember that children learn through play. That's really important. So I'd also like to give a little shout out to my friend Jerry Frew, Mr. Frew, who was a student teacher when I started at Kearsarge. And then he became principal and came back as our superintendent, and then moved on to bigger and brighter things. So Jerry's been throughout my career. And I think what he said was really important. It's kind of like the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. You can't get to philosophy, you can't get to the peak of things unless your basic needs are being satisfied. And in schools right now, in community public schools, overregulation, underfunding, throw on that a little COVID, throw on that extended learning opportunities that are not well coordinated or assessed or accountable. And I think the people in the public school systems know that they're at the basic level. So I know this is a leap of faith for them, but I think it's good to get it out and say that yes, and I'm sure Dr. O'Neill will follow this up, that fitness and physical activity are really, really important. And sometimes we don't realize that until we're too old. And by then, we work at it, but it isn't the benefit that we could have had if we started at a younger age. And I'm open for any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Representative. Representative Hobson, you have a question?
Yes, thank you for taking my question, and thank you for testifying today. Can you tell me how many hours of physical education the kids are getting right now? In this bill, you reference 150 minutes per week.
Yeah, I think at the high school level, they're required to get 1 credit of physical education, which basically is a year of courses. So over the 4 years, it's 1 credit. In the elementary school, most elementary schools get physical education. I believe in our school district, it was 1 period a week. And it was set up so that the same period would then rotate the next day to art, the next day to music, you know, and so on, so that the students had that particular blocked out, but they only had physical education once a week. So if that day was a Monday, and think of the holidays that we've had on Mondays, a lot of times they'd go 2 weeks without any physical education. And at that age, they really, it's important.
Follow up? Representative Moffett?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Speaking of Mr. Frew, when I drove in here, my light came on for low gas, and so that imagery keeps sticking in my mind. But your point about that, I think, is well taken. It says this act will take effect 60 days after it passes. It's not my question, because I have one question and I want to get right to it. Maybe somebody else can ask about that
Yep.
60-day piece. My question has to do with the ASIC, the New England Association of Schools and Colleges, that does accreditation for schools and colleges. And do you know, I do not, but does the ASIC have some current, when they accredit schools, do they have some current standard for PE?
I haven't taught since 2004. But before that, I was involved in several accreditation programs. And at that time, they did have physical education standards. I'm not sure what they have at this very point, but I know that that was one of the things on accrediting high schools. And as far as the 60-day notices, I think that is kind of absurd. That schools, you know, we don't realize that schools go from September to June, and everybody else is in the mindset with budget and everything from January to January, you know, just like our session. And so, you know, you're always, in a school situation, you're always thinking almost a full year ahead in order to prepare for your courses, your curriculum, and your budget. And even though you didn't ask, but just having you ask a question reminded me about the sports, the participation in sports that Representative Bohm talked about. So the granddaughter is in gymnastics, and she's active, and she's probably very muscular, but she hasn't had the ability to see how that connects with fitness and talk about nutrition and talk about proper stretching and that sort of thing. And whatever participation kids have in high school sports, it varies so greatly. The first year our school, the last year I taught actually, was the first year they decided they'd give a credit for phys ed for going out for a sport. And I was the tennis coach. We have 3 courts, okay? And we share them with the boys team. And all of a sudden, normally I would have 15 to 20 girls come out for tennis. And at least I would say 19 out of the 20 knew how to play tennis. That year, I had 40 girls try out for tennis. And there was a no-cut policy put in. And I would say at least half of them had never picked up a tennis racket. The only reason they were doing it was to get a physical education credit. So there's no way that I would support that.
Thank you.
Representative Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Tanner. I'm thinking about the other testimony we heard and also the reality of an elementary school teacher perspective. You are right. Usually it's a 45-minute period once a week that elementary students would get physical education. This bill requires 4 times that, which means 4 days a week of 45 minutes. I don't know how that could happen with one physical education teacher. How did you come up with that figure? Because it just is, as much as it's a good idea, it just isn't feasible, I would think, in the
I think
scheduling.
Dr. O'Neill will probably address that because I think that's a figure that comes from a national point of view. One of the things that can be done and should be done, and I'm not sure if you can even legislate it, but for example, Kathy worked a lot with her other colleagues, her other elementary school teachers, and gave them ideas about how they could incorporate physical movement and physical skills with math, with reading, social studies. They did, you know, like Where's Waldo across the world, and the kids charted, you know, their walking distances and things like that. So I think it's something that if you had a physical educator within the district that actually did the one period a week, but then trained the other people within the school system, that you could come close to it. This is the ideal. It really is the ideal. And you can imagine how great kids would be. I know just teaching at high school, I had kids take extra phys ed, or they would come down to the gym, or I had this one boy that by the last period of the day, I knew he'd be there, and I'd hear the doors open, and he'd run across the gym, and he'd pick up any ball that was on the floor or anything and start running around, dribbling it and everything, and then he'd come to me and he'd say, thanks, and then he'd walk back to his class.
Representative Tanner, I have a question for you.
Sure.
In looking back and tapping some of your historical understanding of physical education, I'm married to a physical education
I
teacher,
thought so.
kinesiology.
And so is Representative
think
Woodcock, I believe, is too.
I think a number of folks here have it in the family. I want to walk back to the 1970s. I don't know if,
I was
I
teaching
go
then.
there. I go
I was
there.
teaching then.
I was teaching also. And back in the 1970s, we had, within statute in Maine and New Hampshire, there are guidelines set out that you had to teach so many minutes of everything each week.
Yep.
That disappeared because we got into thematic teaching and integrating various subjects into, you know, together, like you do in PE. You might have square dance in a history class.
Yeah.
But the question I have, if we move back like that, I'm concerned, I'm not concerned, but a hurdle is that PE in the elementary school, and the elementary school in our state can be K through 3, grades 4 through 6 could be middle school, K through 8 could be elementary school. So perhaps we got to identify grade levels here, but we're also tying in the negotiated agreements. So many times PE, music, library are tied to preps. Prep for the teacher, and
That's
it's
that
so
block,
identified
yeah.
like that even in our funding law, which we have developed back in 2008. So do we have those types of obstacles that we're going to have to deal with a negotiated agreement, and which grade levels this is specifically talking about when we talk about 150 minutes per elementary school? It could be 30 minutes a day, it could be 45, 50 minutes a day, depending upon when that traveling PE teacher is in your building.
Right, traveling and with all the equipment in the back of her car.
Yes.
Yes, that's quite true, and that's one of the things I think as a former teacher and a realist, and also being on this committee, that yes, there's things in this bill that need to be addressed, and like I believe Representative DeShane said this morning, you know, part of it is setting guardrails and then letting the local area figure out what they can do within those guardrails. But I think the main reason I'm testifying for this bill is that it's needed. It needs to come to the forefront. It's getting pressed. Obviously, it's getting pressed here. And I think it's important for everybody to realize. During No Child Left Behind, I remember feeling left behind because I couldn't be a highly qualified teacher. And when I left teaching, the person that they hired for my position wasn't a trained physical education teacher. It was an athletic trainer that they thought could, you know, throw the ball out, get the kids moving around a little bit, and be an athletic trainer for the sports teams. And she didn't last very long. And part of my emphasis is that you need somebody who's trained, a trained educator. I know some people think that, you know, teaching is not a big deal, but it is. And it's really important in all areas. in physical education. It's very important.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Representative Tanner, good afternoon. A couple of questions, and you're right, my wife is a physical education instructor for multiple, 3 decades plus, and I was on my way up a department chair of health and phys ed in high school, different schools. I do have a question, and I was teaching not as early as Representative Ladd, but in the same decade, when there was the same minute criteria for different subject matters. And Massachusetts at the time went to phys ed annually, because as you know, as budgets constrict, first things to go are art, music, phys ed, then guidance, right? In that order. So we were at the phys ed piece, so they went into phys ed must be required annually. And the annually was in the high school, they bring all the students in the gymnasium for 1 hour once a year to show a film to meet the criteria. So I looked at the New Hampshire regulations that on the bill that Representative Knurk put in on 1263. I didn't see a financial note, and I think there is a significant financial impact here. And I support it. I'm just telling you that these are my concerns. The other one, as it's referenced, and you know this better than I because I don't know a whole lot about New Hampshire phys ed regulations. 18910, as documented in the back part of Representative Knurk's bill that you co-sponsored, identifies that there is no requirement for phys ed. And you look at the other 2 areas in the law of, it was 8949, and then the other one says optional, and the school board shall, or may in this case. So it's really almost a new requirement. And we've been talking about that all day and about the requirements, and as the spokesperson for the secondary schools made it very, very clear that there's just teachers at this point and schools have had enough. And you and I both know that at least I agree that all the courses should be local and not prescribed by some people sitting in Concord. That being said, a course like this I do believe is valuable. My question is, where are we going to get A, funding, B, where are we going to get staff, and 3, more particularly, where are we going to get the time within the prescribed school day to fit it in and what goes out?
Right, I guess it's priorities, the priorities for school, and I think one of the reasons that I wanted to testify on this is to say that physical education and activity, and I'm sure Dr. O'Neill is going to back this up, it should and has to be a priority. I mean, it's something that we can't take our children and put them in classes and give them workbooks and sit in front and just lecture to them. Kids need to play, kids need to learn fitness, kids need to learn activity, they need to learn individual sports so that they have lifelong activity. It's critical, it's just critical. So whenever you have a school, you have a pie and you have a certain amount of money and a certain amount of time and a certain amount of staff, and it's how you cut that pie up. And I guess what we're trying to say is, this is really, I guess everybody that comes in with these curriculum things are saying the same thing, but basically this is life or death, really. I mean, you can be philosophical and, it doesn't really affect your life or death, but if you're not physically fit, if you're drastically overweight as a 4th or 5th grader, it's life or death. It's a death sentence for you. So I think that's what the importance is and the priority, and there's the pie, and as Mr. Frew said, the pie isn't ready to be split up. It's not ready to talk right now, but it needs to be addressed in the future when we talk about curriculum and standards.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Representative Ladd.
Thank you. Are there further questions of Representative Tanner? Not seeing it. Thank you very much. Next, was there any priority you would like to see this happen, Representative Knurk?
This is right. It says shall.
Okay.
49 says school.
We would like to have,
Under options.
is it Dr. O'Neill?
Like to have a school
Dr.
board
O'Neill,
school
would you please come forward?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Knurk and Representative Tanner. Thank you, all of you, for considering this important bill. Thank you, the previous speakers, for emphasizing the fact that fitness is indeed the foundation, and has been the foundation of learning since the time of Aristotle. My name is Dan O'Neill. I was the first orthopedic surgeon at Spear Memorial Hospital in Plymouth. I was team doctor for Plymouth State University, Holderness School, New Hampton School, Burke Mountain Ski Academy, and multiple public schools. I have served as a physician for the U.S. Alpine Ski Team and the U.S. Ski Jumping Team. Feeling I was missing a large component of care, I went back to school and received a doctorate in exercise and sports psychology from BU. From these vantage points, I have observed in the past 40 years the deterioration of children's fitness and their burgeoning addiction to two-dimensional entertainment and ultra-processed foods. This is what led me to write Survival of the Fit and what leads me to speak with you all today. When we were children, the concern as we stole our parents' cigarettes was that we would become addicted and suffer from emphysema and lung cancer in our 60s. I am here to tell you that many of our children are addicted and they are already sick. They have diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety, and depression now. They are not waiting until they're adults. Lack of fitness affects not just physical and mental health, but everything about young people's lives. Study after study shows that poor fitness limits the ability to learn and thus has a huge effect on academic performance. We know without a doubt that a sedentary child is not assimilating information or thinking to their full potential. In other words, there is no STEM genius without fitness. American children have less physical education or gym class than any child since school was made compulsory. For those students whose parents have the means to combat this sedentary lifestyle with enrolling them in sports, 75% quit by the age of 15. Physiologically, however, we are the same hunter-gatherers we were 200,000 years ago. We are at a program to walk or run 10 miles a day and eat a wide variety of foods. As hunter-gatherers, we have, as Dr. Knirk described, what I call a physical identity. This is how we move, how we explore the outdoors, how we respond to nature, what we do. Children are born as active, curious, motion-loving beings with a built-in physical identity. The solution to the obesity crisis is simply not to allow physical identity to lapse. Daily physical education for every child, every day, every year of school is our only chance of maintaining a child's physical identity to ensure a happy, healthy life. 6 children cost the state millions of dollars today. Daily physical education is a low-cost, low-tech game changer. Finally, when discussing cost and implementation, I can assure you that physical education is less expensive than the healthcare costs, and as all of you in this committee know, seeing the recent numbers to finance more mental health facilities for the youth of our state. In the course of writing this book and starting this campaign, I have spoken to many school administrators and principals, as well as teachers. In my last few minutes of testimony, I would like to highlight some of what they have shared with me as COVID and scheduling issues did not allow their attendance. Educators today are in an untenable situation. We have been asked to put more into a school day than is even metaphysically possible. When No Child Left Behind was passed in 2002, the main impetus was to improve math and English scores. Increased time in these subjects, by and large, came from physical education. Sadly, in the past 10 years, more time in these subjects has not led to the hoped-for results, and test scores have stayed essentially static. What has gone up, however, in the last 10 years is student obesity. This idea of enacting change by just saying no to our students does not work. Once they are addicted, and we use that word deliberately as we are indeed addicted to media and bad food, this becomes a battle most parents and ourselves as educators are ill-equipped to fight. We will not solve this problem with a negative. We must work so children never become addicted and make this happen with a positive. In New Hampshire, we have the ally of Mother Nature. Thus, there is no excuse for not making sure our children are addicted to going outside, not Call of Duty. We appreciate as educators that HB 1263 could add another mandate for time to the schedule. However, any studies or data regarding education that is more than 10 years old is essentially worthless because the world has changed. We are asking legislators to recognize this and allow schools to make changes that reflect educational challenges in 2022. Most educators and politicians grew up in a much different world. If we can provide 180 days of activity and impress upon parents the importance of getting outside on weekends and in the summer, this might be the greatest thing we can do for academic achievement. We know the best guard against Alzheimer's is physical fitness. Why would we not think the same would be true for a young brain? Here in the Granite State, we have the teachers, we have the knowledge for this physical education revolution. We can improve the health of our children starting today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Are there questions? I have a question for you, Dr. Neal. Do you want, Oliver Ford, what? Okay, my question is dealing with, have grandchildren, as most of us do, and we'd like to see them outside playing rather than doing the Xbox thing. So I'm also looking, though, at this 150 minutes and 225 minutes. Does this include recess, or is it we talking about a direct physical education instruction by way of a class?
Yeah, as Representative Tanner pointed out, recess is not the same thing, and the older kids get, the less they move at recess, and that is the crux of everything. 150 minutes of PE, and as Liz Savage will tell you, having a proper physical education instructor or a physical education assistant, as I talk about in the book, helping these kids stay moving for that 30 minutes a day in elementary school is absolutely vital. This way we're getting their heart rates up, but more importantly, we're getting their brain stimulated, and that's what's going to happen when they go back into the classroom. We need to get their heart rates up. We need to get their blood moving. Standing around is not going to do it, and we know as the kids get older and older, they stand around more and more, which is why the middle and high school numbers should be closer to 45 minutes a day. This can be done, but it is going to take some arrangements, and it is going to take some support with more PE teachers and more PE teacher assistants, which at this point essentially don't exist.
So a follow-up question, Doctor. Is there any benefit to the regular classroom teacher in the elementary school taking them outside and running around the soccer field prior to getting into the academic structure? I did that every morning as an elementary teacher. First thing, we go run the field.
Everything, that's exactly right. And that becomes a culture. One of the schools that I'm involved with is Holderness School. And as you know, many of the private schools, they are getting athletics, physical education, sports every day. They know the importance of doing this. They know that that's what stimulates brains to assimilate intellectual information. That's what we need to do at our public schools. There's absolutely no reason we can't do that. And it has to be a culture. And as you say, Representative, getting the math teachers and the art teachers and making sure in art class they're going out into the woods and painting and doing photography, and getting the band teachers to have them marching and on and on. It's always about movement. Everybody's in motion. And it does have to be something going from the lunch ladies to the custodians to everybody on up through the administrators to make sure that our school is in motion. And that's really what's going to make the difference.
Thank you. Further questions? Yes, Representative Ford. Is your, there you go.
David and I have been fighting for this mic all this session. I've done a lot of physical education out of the school setting. I'm a judo instructor. I teach hunting and fishing and things like that. And I've been engaged with children outside the school day. And perhaps it's because I went to school as a child when you walked to school. And so we had a pretty good workout just getting to school and going home from school.
And that was uphill.
Not always, not always. I grew up in Louisiana, North Louisiana, but still Louisiana. The issue of organized sports and competitive sports of that sort was always addressed through the Cub Scouts, through extra things, through things done on Saturday, through the kind of judo courses I taught for the Y. It was always another thing that was done, but it wasn't forced on the schools to have to deliver it. It was probably either out of interest or parental interest or whatever. And And so I'm wondering if maybe we're overreaching and trying to require the school structure to take up this, which is admittedly a time-consuming process. But I never would have learned how to fence if I had to do it in school. They would have been scared to death. You know, we can't have kids with swords, but you can. You know, you can't have kids playing judo where they might hurt you, but you can. You know, and so it's all a matter of setting it up and setting the conditions for it, but also having the motivation to fulfill that need that you've identified so well. And I'm just wondering what you think about the role of things outside of school.
Well, clearly, Representative Ford, you read my book already, and so you point out three major topics here. Number one, you have a physical identity. Representative Tanner, Representative Knurk have physical identities. So many of you that have already talked, you have a physical identity because you need to get outside, and after a day sitting in this room, you want to be outside, you want to get that dog and go for a walk. That's having a physical identity. That's what was established with you at a young age. Number two, the community has to be a big part of this. We have put organized sports into our school system, and only a small percentage of our school students take advantage of those organized sports. That should be more a community issue. But every child deserves physical education. Every child deserves to get their heart rate up every day. And that's why we need to have this. And again, this is 2022. It is nothing like when we were kids, when we went to school, when we got out of school and we ran in the woods and we rode our bikes and we caused all kinds of trouble until the sun went down. It is not like that anymore because these kids have this incredible evil that they're drawn to and they're literally addicted to. And this is the other main part of this. We have to start the kids at first grade. And what I would, when we talk about changing the legislation, what I would say is we start with first grade, and then we go first and second grade, then first, second, third, and we go on from there. Because if we went into the high school, Kearsarge High School today, and we told the 16-year-olds that they have to get their heart rates up for 45 minutes a day, good luck with that. And I wouldn't put that on any principal or teacher. But kids have the physical identity. We just have to make sure they don't lose that.
Thank you very much. Yes, Representative Waltz.
So, you know as well as I do that the way private schools get away with requiring sports for every student is they do it after school. They do it outside of academic hours. So I'm wondering if perhaps instead of trying to impose something more on the educational day, which is already crammed way too full in our schools here and elsewhere in the country, if we shouldn't be looking at a model maybe where there is more physical activity offered after school, that, you know, we provide transportation. In the district I grew up in, there were two buses. There was an after-school bus and there was an after-sports bus, so that you didn't have to rely on mom and dad to get home. And so it was just built into the system. And I'm wondering if that isn't a more realistic approach to this, to have, instead of trying to, as I say, cram this into the academic day, but have an extended day and maybe offer something like fencing or tennis or things that are not traditional team sports, but things that can be, somebody can carry with them for a lifetime.
There is no STEM without fitness. The problem is we're leaving behind, as soon as we make it an after school, as soon as we make it optional, the rich keep getting richer. The kids that already have their physical identities, the kids that have parents that are willing to do that, the kids that have the wherewithal or the parental wherewithal to do that, we need to make this for every child. We can't let anybody out. Everybody's got to be doing this because that's how important this is. That's how important, and Ms. Savage is going to talk about this, these fundamental movement patterns are. We can't just keep letting the rich get richer. What I thought you were going to talk about is extending the school day, which is a black box that I would not want to open. However, right now, the time that these kids are spending in English and math and science is not useful because they are not fit enough to learn. And that's an incredibly important concept that, again, most of us have a hard time understanding because we don't know what it's like not to be fit enough to actually learn. But these kids are not.
Thank you. Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. O'Neill. I'm not sure, Dr. O'Neill, if you're the person to answer this question, but Representative Woodside and I have been deep in, have been deep in research mode over here, trying to find out if, in fact, there is a minimum time requirement for PE, how that compares to art and music and English and math. And because I feel like when we're looking at this bill and we're looking at 150 minutes a week, 255 minutes a week or whatever, I feel like I'm comparing apples and oranges when I'm comparing a specific time to a recommendation. So can you comment on that?
Yes, and for sure, Ms. Savage will talk about this, but you're not comparing apples or oranges. You're comparing a family room to a living room to an eat-in dining room. Physical education is the foundation. That's not optional. Physical education is the foundation. After that, now you can talk about the different rooms and how much room goes into English and how much room goes into art. The other thing that I talk about in the book, and by the way, almost all of your questions I believe are answered in the book. The other thing is that we're not fighting, physical education is not fighting with art and music. Those things are incredibly important. If I'm going to fight with anybody, I'm going to fight with math and I'm going to fight with English because, again, my obese diabetic 10-year-old is not fit enough to learn math and science and English.
Follow-up?
And maybe this follow-up is for you, Mr. Chair. Is there anyone that can tell me if there is a specific time requirement?
No.
No one can tell me, or no,
there is
isn't?
no. There is
Okay.
not. But Ms. Savage will talk about that, but no, it is not. And this is what happens when you look at the standards in all the states, and granted the New Hampshire standards that I talk about in the book are now a few years old. They don't touch that. They don't touch that. Illinois touched it, and they're fighting now tooth and nail in Illinois. Illinois was the first state to mandate this, and it's been a battle. But we don't have to lose that battle.
Representative Mullen, you'd have to go back to the latter part of the 1970s to get what you're looking for.
Yeah. And and you can go to 1866 in California, 2 exercise periods a day. In 1866, and you want to talk about kids that were walking uphill, right? 1866 in California, 2 exercise periods a day for every child.
Is that true for math and English
No.
and whatever?
They have very specific time.
Right, they have
Yes.
minutes per week
Yes,
that
yes.
they have
And
to,
that's what we have to back off on and allow educators that leeway.
Thank you.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Representative Watt. Doctor, thank you for taking my question. As I hear you speak, and as I said to Representative Tanner, I come from a phys ed health background. Actually, yesterday afternoon I was snowshoeing, just keep my dog a walk. Obviously, you've said multiple times that phys ed and lifetime fitness becomes a habit, and it's foundational to our academic success and our health as we age, and it has to be taught as a habit. What struck me the most was, because I believe what you're saying, but what struck me was the progressive idea of not, and it's not addressed in this bill, but rather the opportunity to integrate this at grade 1, and then 1-2, then 1-2-3. So we're building this lifetime support, and to become a habit forming, so it would be just a natural way. The second part that intrigued me about that carryover will be a lot easier for school systems to adopt that model as they integrate the cost and the activity and the training for physical educators for that program. And I would hope that Representative Knerk and Representative Tiana may be amenable to thinking about an amendment that would allow these time frames and grade frames to integrate in a progressive way, so it's not a big, huge hue and cry at one time. And I just want to thank you for bringing this forward with such passion.
I couldn't agree more. Thank you, Representative.
Representative Bohm, you had a question?
Yes, thank you. When I brought up that when I went to high school, it was 45 minutes a day, every day of the week for 4 years. But that was in Miami, and we had outdoors and whatnot. The problem is now we have space problems in schools where the gym in some schools isn't just the gym. So that's a big issue. The one issue though too is what I brought up before is alternative education. So if a student, say for example, is doing gymnastics, which is 2 to 3 hours a night, 3 or 4 days a week, all year, don't you think that would be an alternative rather than taking the phys ed in school?
Well, you're asking the wrong guy here, Representative, because I'm a sports medicine doctor in my day job, and I deal with athletes, and I can tell you, after having been the doctor at Burke Mountain Ski Academy for many years, they are getting ski racers in 2022 that are not fit. These are the top skiers in the country, top youth skiers in the country. They don't have the general all-around skills that a Bodie Miller had from running around the woods of Franconia for years. And so what we're seeing at these students that specialize in sports is that they don't have the overall skills. And again, Ms. Savage could speak to that for the next 8 hours.
Yeah, which is different than somebody doing gymnastics, which
Right.
can outdo any boy.
But the other important point again is that your granddaughter is developing her physical identity, and that's at the end of the day really what I care about.
Are there any further questions? Yes, Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. O'Neill, for being here. And I know Plymouth State used to have a PE requirement that they've done away with, which I was disappointed. Anyway, and this may not be a fair question to you, but the wheels are turning. And you just mentioned the obese 10-year-old, and Dr. Knurk had these statistics about 20% meeting criteria for obesity. My question has to do with, do we need to have every single student, I know we'd like to, have for social reasons, but if the focus from what I'm hearing from Dr. Knurk and from you and Representative Tanner, if the focus of these people who, as Representative Tanner said, their lives are at risk, is there some way that we could have an assessment that included aerobic proficiency, upper body strength, body mass index? So if somebody's really fit and they know the standards that are accepted, they can proficiency out of this. And my thinking is that if, as Representative Tanner said, people didn't want to take PE, so they went for tennis. If somebody knew that if they could run a certain speed, they didn't have to take PE, I think on their own, some of these people would get fit outside of school. But you see my question, why can't we just focus on the ones that are really at risk instead of everybody?
Well, a couple of reasons. Number one, as you say, logistically, it'd be very difficult. And then parents would be trying to figure out ways for their unfit kid to get out of it. And number two, you are revving up your brain. So before I sit for my board exam or before I do an operation or before I do anything, the best thing I can do is go out and go for a good stiff walk or do some push-ups or get my body going, get my heart rate going, and get my brain going. So the fittest kid, the fittest Olympic athlete is still going to benefit before they take that test, before they sit in that calculus class, from getting their heart rate up and getting some movement.
Thank you.
Are there further questions? Not, Representative Ford, do you have a question? Your light's on. Your light's on. Oh, no. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to invite Liz Savage. You have to go now. Mike? She's going to have to go to a Zoom here in about 2 minutes.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you, and thank you for letting me speak. My name is Liz Savage, and I am a passionate PE teacher for grades 7 through 12 at Interlakes Middle High School in Meredith. I received my teaching degree from Plymouth State in '96, and I've been at my current school for 13 years. And like Dr. O'Neill, I've had a front row seat watching the deterioration of children's health. A big percentage of children between the ages of 12 and 18 that I work with have no physicality. They cannot squat, they cannot run, they simply cannot move like young athletic beings that they should be at this age. One major problem is time. I see high school students for 2 quarters, which equals half a school year. This is 2 quarters out of the 16 that they are enrolled in our 4-year high school. Middle school students, they come every other day for almost 25 to 30 minutes. This is extremely short compared to the likes of English language arts, social studies, science, and math. This is a far cry from the 45 minutes of moderate to vigorous physical activity that is recommended daily. Knowing there's limited time, my goal is to have the students move the second they cross the threshold. Any day we get outside is a good day, but this is still not enough. With this limited time, not only are we not having an effect on their physical fitness, we are not turning on their brains for work in the classroom. Every PE teacher has the education to make things happen for our students. We just need the time. Dr. O'Neill likes to call the PE teacher the first violin of the school orchestra. Without a strong body, there will be no strong minds. Our private schools have appreciated this. And why should our public schools receive any less? We also need to distinguish between sports and PE. They are not the same. PE and active outdoor play gives kids the fitness to play sports. It is the rare school where even 50% of students are playing organized sports. That means a majority of our kids are falling behind not only in fitness, but academic achievement. We cannot allow a two-tier system of have and have-nots. All children deserve a basic level of health, and by maintaining physical identity, we can give that to them. Ideally, my job is to help graduate students to the next level with the tools needed for a healthy life. My job is to remind kids what is already in their DNA, that playing, and especially playing outside, is fun. And in fact, a lot more fun than another hour in front of a video game. 30 to 45 minutes a day of increased heart rate for every child every day is going to burn hundreds of calories and, as alluded to, help maintain children's physical identity. I have a 12-year-old, and my husband and I limit the screen time as well as processed food, as well as making sure he gets plenty of time outdoors. But as parents, we are fighting a battle against true forces of evil. The folks in Silicon Valley made the old addiction companies of big tobacco look like amateurs. Every child in 2022 is continually being exposed to these addictive devices. And these forces are constantly looking for ways to get our children to make one more click and keep them from being the active people that they should be. Thanks so much for your consideration for this important topic. We'd be happy to answer more questions, of course, and we're hopeful that you get a chance to look through the book.
Thank you very much. Are there questions of Ms. Savage? Yes, Representative Luno.
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Ms. Savage, for joining us this afternoon. Excuse me. Have some of your colleagues or classroom teachers at Interlakes, have they started to do things like including student movement in their classroom activities too?
I push for that daily, constantly. I push for it all the time. I try to do a lot of interdisciplinary work with science and the health teacher. And fortunately, our new principal has a PE background, so she is too encouraging people to get outside and walk and move. So yes, but some people like their classrooms, but I push for it daily.
Sure. Great. Thank you very much.
Are there further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. And the last card which I have up here is Chow Kelly.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. My name is Chow Kelly. I'm from Hooksett, and I'm here to oppose the bill HB 1263. I came from Vietnam, a communist country, and when I got here, I was about 20 years old, and I have no clue what a gay person means. I have no understanding of all these gender stuff. And I thank God for that because I still preserve my innocence and understanding. Because as a child in a school, they should be focusing on studying, not learning about sexual transmitted disease and drugs and alcohol and HIVs. I mean, elementary school. As an adult, I don't focus much time on understanding much about these things myself. Why do we inject these poison into the kid's mind at such a young age? We're talking about physical exercise and stuff like that for kids is good. But this is not all in this bill. It's have all kinds of crazy stuff in here.
Excuse me, this bill is totally about physical education. All the other language you see there that's not in bold print is in law right now.
Okay. So, I mean, physical education out in the public is safe and fine for the kids. But I oppose this bill because with all these, like introducing like prevention for like birth control for the kids, then we have a bigger problem with children, teenager having children, and then leading to a lot of abortion. And now we're introducing a lot of these, you know, inappropriate education for elementary school. This will lead to bigger problems for us to deal with in the future. So I would like to, if you could please oppose this bill, 1263. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't have any other pink cards up here, so with that, I'm going to close the hearing on HB 1263. Thank you.
A little bit late.
You know, what's always bothered me, though, is that you can have a kid going out in indoor-outdoor track, like my granddaughters and my own daughter, for 120 minutes after school, and yet they still have to take a PE course, and they're gone from school early sometimes, and they're missing. They could be using the time which they're in PE during the school to do the work that they're missing. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. No. Well, we talk about team teaching. Where did that come from? From sports. No, I don't know. Beam me up, Mike.
These guys have another meeting coming in here? Do they have, oh, they have more bills. Oh, my gosh.
Okay, for those which are on the committee, we're going to take a couple-minute break here. Stand up, stretch it out a little bit. Then we'll come back and start the next bill.
Or you can come to our committee and our next bill, we're going to be hearing.
Nate is here from DOE.
Right, questions?
Are we gonna have jumping jacks to start this off?
Push-ups. Okay, folks, we're ready to go ahead with the next bill, which is HB 1367. This is relative to civics instruction in schools. With that, I'd like to welcome Representative Hobson to present the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd, and thank you, honorable colleagues. This is going to be very short. Thank you for the opportunity to bring this bill to the committee's attention. You'll recall that last year the House passed HB 320 requiring a civics competency assessment for high school graduation. Schools are already working to implement that measure, and parents especially are excited about this new emphasis on common fundamentals. During last summer's review process, it was brought to our attention by Diana Fenton that the Department of Education that we could fine-tune the statute and improve it a bit with language to reaffirm the provision allowing for accommodations for students on an individualized education program. This proposed minor language modification seeks to do that. Thank you for your time. And there is a copy of the language going around. So if you have any questions, I am joined today by Nate Green from the Department of Education.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Representative Hobson? Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. And now I know why you were cleaning the microphone. There you go. Okay, you're speaking next. Thank you.
And I'll leave it clean, I
Oh,
promise.
you're a good woman. Okay. Thanks. Listen, I want to make sure I'm clear on this. So the only change you're making to this current bill, current law, is the accommodation piece.
Yep, that's right.
Okay.
Easy peasy.
So, okay, because I was reading it incorrectly because I was looking at the first part, but you're telling me that lines 2, 3, and 4, that's already in law.
Well, I don't have a copy of the legislation with the lines in it that reference the
Well,
line.
this is
but-
right. It's talking about a requirement for local competency assessment, the U.S. government, and then outlines the multiple pieces of that.
Yep.
As one, and then 2, it outlines the non-assessment, the non-training testing examination that we give kids to get a graduation diploma, which is the immigration exam, which is different from your Part A. So you're telling me the part at the beginning, the assessment of government and civics is already in law.
Yes, exactly. Well, I believe it is. What we were changing was, or amending was just the provision for teachers to accommodate individual education plans.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
Do you still have a question on it?
No, I'm trying to decide if she was answering it or we were both thinking.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide if I was
Yeah,
answering
we're
it as
both,
well.
we're both thinking on that question because it's not clear. Thank you.
Let me ask
I
Nate
agree,
Green
that's
from the
fine.
department.
Thank you.
So Representative, before you, to ask Representative Hobson, I'm following up to Representative Woodcock. I'm just trying to find out, everything that's bold in here is a change to this bill, is that correct? So now, okay, and there's like a both and an and down there as well. That's part of this? Okay, then, could you explain, either Mr. Green or Representative Hobson, how does that impact this bill?
Sure, absolutely. So for the record, my name is Nate Green. I'm with the New Hampshire Department of Education. There are 2 changes that you see here, as you mentioned. Those changes are in bold. One is the addition of schools required to provide accommodations. Accommodations is specific language within the special education program of schools. And so we wanted to make sure that that was included for students who have IEPs that will be required to take this exam. And then previously, schools were already required to administer a locally designed competency-based assessment. The law had added, in addition to that, a requirement that schools administer the USCIS citizenship examination. Because schools were required to do both of those things, but the language at the end of the bill said that they could submit one or the other of those pieces of data to the department felt that because both were a requirement, it was important to have the sets of data for both of those. And that's why the addition of the both and, as opposed to the either or, was added to the legislation. So the requirement to administer the exams are already part of law, but it wasn't clear what the department was collecting. And so we could have had a situation where half the schools in the state gave us data from the citizenship test and half the schools gave us data from the local competency assessment, despite the fact that they're required to do both. And we felt if they're required to do both and we're collecting data, that we should have the and in there, that it was important to have the data from both sets of exams.
Thank you. Representative Woodcock?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Thank you so much. That does clarify the two. I knew there were two there. If I could just ask one follow-up on that regard. Thank you, Representative Ladd. In the part, Nate, up top, that's already in law, that talks about the local assessment, is there any numeric number that is required or grade, letter grade required for the local assessment to be considered, or is it a P or an F?
No.
I don't see any measurement there.
Yeah, so there's a requirement of 70% on the civics test, but on the local competency-based examination, there was not a certain percentage requirement because there's a variety of different ways that schools can measure that assessment.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question.
Representative Ford. Representative Ford, can you put the mic on, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would a simple pass-fail grade suffice so they don't have to have a numeric grade?
It would, and in fact, that's what we've done this past year. Because there was a variety of different ways schools could grade the assessments, we wouldn't be able to compare students if one student had an A, B, C, D, one student had a level 1, 2, 3, 4, one student had a pass-fail. So what we asked each school to do is just provide the department with data on which students were proficient on the exam and which students were not proficient. So it was really just two choices, and that's the data we collected.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions down there? Representative Tanner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Does this apply to all schools, all public schools, so charter schools and private schools?
Yes, I believe it does, because this is part of the RSA 189 as opposed to the minimum standards. This would be all public schools, which I believe includes charter schools as well.
And private schools?
In this case, I don't believe it includes private schools.
At the start of 189:11, it says in all public and private schools in the state, and it's part of that chapter. So I'm just wondering if that's goes with it.
That's a good question.
Okay, and could I have a follow-up?
Yes, you may.
So who at the State Department is collecting the data? Is it you? Is it your division?
It is.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Representative Moffett?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm acting as a clerk here, and I'm also was an original sponsor of the original bill. And so just so I'm clear, I just saw the new language, this separate sheet that just was passed around. As I understand it, DOE identified two pieces of the current law that could be improved with different wording. And those two pieces are, number one, the original in the current language said and says that schools may modify naturalization exam for a child with a disability in accordance with an IEP. So that's changed to, it's actually added to that. Schools, it now says, are required to provide accommodations. So whereas before it said schools may apply accommodations to IEPs, now it says they're required to provide accommodations. So that's the one change there, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And then the second little piece of this, which you just spoke to, and just so that we're all clear, the second piece clarified, originally it said, the law said that the two exams would be taken, but this clarifies the language. It says both exams will be taken and that the USCIS test is mandatory essentially. Is that accurate?
Yeah, so my understanding is that's already part of the legislation that schools are required to do both of those pieces. And so the change that we're making here is the department is collecting the data on both of the examinations.
And all students will be required to take the 2020 version of the USCIS test.
Yes, and that's part of the legislation already in law. So that part has not changed.
Okay, thank you very much.
Further questions, Representative Woodcock?
Thank you. Just a clarification. Representative Ladd, this document that received, what is this document?
I'm not looking at that document. I'm using the bill.
Language that I printed off this morning.
Okay, and so, may I?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Representative Hudson, the language that we received on 1367 is different than the language that you just gave us in the supplemental piece of paper. And I say that specifically as it regards the 128 question civics exam. In the language you gave us on the supplemental sheet, that is deleted from the document, yet in the law on the change that you presented, it's still in the document.
Yeah, so I was double checking the language that changed last night, and I didn't have a chance to look at this morning. So when I printed it off, I didn't compare the two, and I was
So
wondering if maybe.
which one are we using, I guess?
We are using the bill that's been submitted to us.
Okay, so
This
this is-
sheet right here is not being discussed.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question. Thank you,
Yeah.
Representative Ladd.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Chair Ladd.
Further questions? Not seeing any for either folks. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Hobson, could I get a pink slip from you?
Are there any other cards for this?
Negative.
Thank you very much. So this will conclude the hearing on 1367.
Health education now? Yep. Was that lady coming back? No. She's the prime sponsor of this one? Oh, we should have her for this one. This is the one she liked, this one.
No, this is the one she hates.
Well, that's why we should have her here.
Do we have any cards in on 1533, Mike? There they are, right there.
1, 2, 3.
Okay, good. Yeah. Holy moly.
Thank you. Good job. This is great. Check it out.
Jeez. What's that? Jody somebody. I'm not gonna worry about it.
Yeah, right.
Very well,
Jody from whatever town.
Jody from Keene. And then we have all these cards
Oh,
too.
my gosh.
Okay, Amanda Elizabeth, Keene. What is this? 1533. Yeah. Oops. So, Representative Altshuler, could you come here, please? Are you going to be introducing the bill? Does she have a card in here? Well, oh, I didn't see that down here. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, there's a lot of them. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Okay, I'd like to open up this hearing for HB 1533 relative to health education curriculum in schools. And I'd like to welcome Amanda Toll to, Representative Amanda Toll to the hearing. Welcome.
Thank you, committee members and Chairman Lang. I'm introducing House Bill 1533. With me today, I have Miss Emily Murphy. She is a violence prevention educator who has been teaching this type of curriculum in southeastern New Hampshire for 20 years. She does have testimony, but I will be deferring questions that are specific to the classroom experience to her. Again, my name is Amanda Elizabeth Toll. I represent the City of Keene at large. I'm here to introduce my bill, HB 1533, which would add age-appropriate instruction on the meaning of consent, respect for personal boundaries, and sexual violence prevention to the curriculum. This legislation helps keep our youngest Granite Staters safe by giving them the tools they need to establish and respect others' boundaries, build healthy relationships, and to protect themselves from abuse. Education and strategies related to consent can help stem the tide of domestic and sexual violence. The psychological and physical impact of non-consensual sexual activities can last a lifetime. There should be very little partisan ideology associated with wanting to prevent this type of harm. As it currently stands, in Statute 18910, the state of New Hampshire does and can dictate what topics are taught in schools. From health and physical education to sexual well-being topics, the precedent for preventing harm and promoting well-being through education is clearly established. This legislation has been endorsed by the New Hampshire Coalition Against Domestic and Sexual Violence, a highly trusted organization with a long history of bipartisan work. This legislative proposal is also endorsed by the New Hampshire Youth Movement and End Sexual Violence on Campus New Hampshire. These are two groups who clearly represent populations who are deeply impacted by the lack of education related to consent. I strongly encourage everyone to closely read the written testimonies provided in support of this bill. These have been given to us by parents, students, and organizations. They provide powerful and heartfelt statements about the importance and urgency of our work. According to empirical data, 20% of women in the U.S. report being sexual assault survivors. Furthermore, there appears to be something amiss societally and systematically when 25% of men admit to having caused non-consensual sexual harm. As we will hear today, these concerns around harm are particularly present for adolescents and young adults. Government has a moral imperative to address very real social issues that impact nearly every citizen when we consider both sides of the trauma cycle. This is not a radical idea. We already teach our students about physical education, hygiene, and the impact of alcohol and drugs. We clearly share a vision of wanting to keep young people safe and healthy. Teaching consent is something that is preventative and already normalized in many other states. Several states and the District of Columbia already require consent to be taught as part of public school curriculum. These states are California, Hawaii, Maine, Maryland, New Jersey, Oregon, Vermont, and West Virginia. This legislation has as co-sponsors 2 retired public school teachers, a liaison for the Haven Crisis Center, a psychologist, a social worker, and 2 state representatives who are sexual assault survivors and have been open with their stories. A tremendous amount of thought was put into this. I hope that you will pass this common sense legislation that is an essential public safety measure and will undoubtedly advance our shared interest of protecting children, adolescents, and our young adult Granite Staters. Thank you. One more thing. I just want to let you know that I have with me the endorsement of the legislation from End Sexual Violence on Campus, and so I want to submit that into the record. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the courtesy of being able to testify on the front end. I will say that you're all running at a better clip than we are down across the hall. So thank you, esteemed colleagues. Thank you for your service to New Hampshire and for your time and attention today. And I want to begin with a simple and powerful statement. My body belongs to me. And I want to follow that with, your body belongs to you. And that's a message that most of us internalize and use as our lodestar in our daily interactions. We say, excuse me, pardon me, when walking around each other in the hallways and here at the LOB. And for those of us that go to a gym or a yoga studio or a dance class, we make space for each other around so that we can move our bodies without crashing into each other and possibly causing harm. When we're in line in the cafeteria downstairs, we have an expectation that we can get in line for our meal without being groped, pinched, or subjected to harassing language about our bodies. Learning how and when and why we should behave like this is important to our safety, and when these boundaries are breached, we should also know that we have the knowledge and support that it is never too late to tell someone and that we can get help. Unfortunately, across New Hampshire, our students are not learning the basics of personal body safety, and we have the statistics to back it up. According to research done at the University of New Hampshire, child sexual abuse cases are on the rise. Between 2017 and 18, we saw a 26% increase in cases. In the 2020 annual report of the Granite State Children's Alliance, which is the umbrella agency of the 11 child advocacy centers in New Hampshire, they stated that during the first week of the COVID-19 shutdown, New Hampshire DHHS reported that the Department of Children, Youth, and Families Central Intake Office experienced a 50% drop in reports of suspicions of child abuse and neglect. And during this same time, Granite State Children's Alliance saw a significant drop in the CAC referrals from law enforcement and DCYF. And this was not because there was a decline in child abuse. It was the result of a decline in the personal interactions between children and those adults most likely to report those concerns. In the return to school since then, Title IX coordinators, guidance counselors, teachers, and administrators are asking for programming, saying they need it now. High school students are reaching out and asking for support groups and help. We have data from the Centers of Disease Control and Prevention, and there is a graphic on the back page of the testimony that you just received that show 1 in 3 female rape victims experienced it for the first time between the ages of 11 and 17 years old. And 1 in 8 reported that that occurred before the age of 10. Nearly 1 in 4 young men rape victims experience it for the first time between the ages of 11 and 17 years old. And 1 in 4 reported that it occurred to them before the age of 10. And a piece that is missing from my testimony, but I want to make sure you know this. The average reporting age of an adult who experienced child sexual abuse during these times that are documented, the average age is 52. So people hang on to that information for a very, very long time. We think that schools are the best place to reach the most children to talk about personal body safety, and that it is their right. They have the right to be safe. They have the right to keep their bodies safe. To clarify, this language is not about sex education. As I explained in an interview last Thursday with Peter Biello on New Hampshire Public Radio, adding elements of consent awareness to sex education would be a welcome supplement to that particular curriculum. The meaning of consent, respect for personal boundaries, and sexual violence prevention education are much broader than sex education. This language proposal is not about sex education. Children need to learn the basics of sexual violence prevention, healthy boundaries in our friendships, relationships with their teachers, coaches, scout leaders, faith leaders, and family members are critical. It should be common knowledge for students that touches in the private areas are never a secret. Students coming out of New Hampshire high schools should be well versed in consent. This type of programming is what we propose in House Bill 1533. Currently, only some of New Hampshire students have access to age-appropriate instruction on the meaning of consent, respect for personal boundaries, and sexual violence prevention. Only some. So as policymakers, I'll ask you to look at this from a risk management perspective. With this particular RSA, in this RSA, we have a section called emergency response plans, and it says that all public schools, chartered and private schools, have to have emergency response plans like fire drills and active shooter drills. And I have given you a copy on page 3 of the 18964, the emergency response plans. This is built into statute. And then in our recommendation is that we would like to build upon an emergency response. So let's talk about this emergency response. Fire safety. Most of us who have had children who have attended New Hampshire elementary schools know that the day that the local fire department comes to school with a ladder truck is an awesome day. It's amazing. We hear about it for weeks. Every day, every school in New Hampshire, in accordance with the law, which is on page 3, conducts fire drills for students while they are in school. Additionally, children as young as pre-K and kindergarten can tell you what to do if their clothing catches on fire. And we all know this. Stop, drop, and roll. That's personal body safety. Stop, drop, and roll is a message that gets repeated over and over and over again until it becomes reflexive. That's called proactive prevention messaging. With the additional language we propose to be added to RSA 18910, schools will have the obligation under statute to provide primary prevention education for what we know is a real and documented risk of injury to children. Children have more of a chance of being, and a probability of being sexually assaulted than they do of catching on fire. We should be teaching them about personal body safety, and that when and if someone touches them that makes them feel hurt, confused, or scared, there are adults available to help them. A few years ago, prior to my serving in the House, I had the privilege of working with an advocate who accompanied a family to the Stratford County Child Advocacy Center. And she was there to support a family whose young son was one of a number of children who had been abused by a single perpetrator. And the family, of course, was distraught, as a family would be. They were distraught that this had happened. They were distraught about now what comes next. And they were really upset and concerned about how this little boy, this little third grader, was going to cope with the forensic interview process. When the interview was over, the little boy, who had Lightning McQueen light-up sneakers and a wiggly tooth, came out, and he walked out of an interview room where he had just been part of a forensic interview about his sexual assault, and he was actually beaming. And this really struck the advocate, because that's unusual to have a child like beaming ear to ear. And the family's response was, how are you feeling? How are you doing? You know, like very, wanted to support him in the best way, but really not expecting that response. And he said, I'm good. I'm good. The puppet people told me I could keep telling until I got help, and I did, and it worked. This little boy was a student. He was a third grade student at a school that really valued violence prevention education, and he had been exposed to the personal body safety curriculum. That age-appropriate programming began for him with friendly puppets in kindergarten, first grade, and second grade. He was now in third grade, and his school, his classroom, was not scheduled to have that program again till later in the spring. So we know that violence prevention education works. And lastly, I'll share an experience of our educators working with an 8th grade classroom, and there was a young girl in the classroom who was new to the school within a year or two, and she had been sexually abused as a really, really young child in elementary school. But as she has moved away, and she had been told over and over and over again during the abuse that she could not tell anyone, and that this was not abuse. But she learned through that program that what she experienced and the reason she felt so hurt, confused, and scared was that it was abuse. And this educator gave her the permission and the empowerment to say, that happened to me, and to get the help that she needed. So we just believe every student from Nashua to Pittsburgh, Lyme to Conway, Hinsdale to Sanbornville, and every school district in between should have this curriculum integrated into their education. And I ask you to recommend House Bill 1533 ought to pass. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker right now? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much.
I appreciate that, and thank
Yep.
you. And we have an educator here in the room to answer questions about what it looks like in the classroom, too. Thank you.
Representative Josh Query.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Joshua Query, and I represent Hillsborough 16, which is Manchester's Ward 9. I'm here to testify in favor of HB 1533. I will keep this brief, as I do know the workload that your committee does have, and I also have to get running back up to HHS as soon as I'm done. So nationally, about 1 in 8 females and 1 in 26 male high school students report having experienced sexual dating violence in the last year. And 26% of women and 15% of men who were victims of contact sexual violence, physical violence, and or stalking by an intimate partner in their lifetime first experienced these or other forms of violence by that partner before the age of 18. According to the CDC, supporting the development of healthy, respectful, and nonviolent relationships has the potential to reduce the occurrence of teen dating violence and prevent its harmful and long-lasting effects on individuals, their families, and the communities where they live. During the preteen and teen years, it is critical for youth to begin learning the skills needed to create and maintain healthy relationships. These skills include knowing how to manage feelings and how to communicate in a healthy way. Teaching our young Granite Staters these valuable skills early on will help set them up for a more successful, prosperous, and happy life. Thank you for your time. I will be emailing you all the links to those statistics. That way you can have them for yourself.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for the representative? Yes, Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. And I know Representative Altschuler had to leave, and I guess you do too. And, oh, she's still here. So I very sympathetic to the intent of the bill. In having been around a little while, looking at language, and also understanding how lawyers or attorneys sometimes look at language. I saw a woman in the back of the room look up at me when I said attorneys, but I think that's important because we need to look at how these words might be interpreted by some. And so I see age-appropriate instruction. And age-appropriate, I'm not sure that there's consensus on that. Maybe there is. You're all ahead of me on this. What is age-appropriate instruction? And then the meaning of consent, again, you're way ahead of me on this. I'm just looking at this, which is our job, is to look at the language. What is the meaning of consent? I don't know, but I suspect there may be some folks whose meaning of consent might differ from someone else's. I don't know. That's my question, along with personal boundaries. Personal boundaries comes to some cultural things. A lot of us have traveled around the world. And, you know, in some cultures, people get in your face, and that's how they do business. In other cultures, they're just different cultures. So there's a cultural concern there. So anyway, my question is, in terms of definition of personal boundaries, age-appropriate instruction, meaning of consent, is there consensus on those? I don't know.
Yeah, I think some of the reason for, I definitely see what you're getting at, is that there is a little bit of, I don't want to say vague, but wiggle room in these definitions. It's that way that we can give our teachers and our school districts and our local control, like, you know, school boards or whatever that may be, the ability to kind of tweak and adjust to those different needs of their communities. So I think the perfect example of your cultural reference there, you know, what might be needed down in Nashua or Manchester, where we do have a lot of international people going to our public schools, might be very different than somewhere up north where there might not be as many people of different cultures, if that makes sense.
Thank you. I'm tracking. You wanted to have some, you said wiggle room, so I guess this follow-up. You wanted some wiggle room. So by not being too prescriptive, you allow, I guess, districts to have some discretion in terms of how they implement the intent of the measure. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Great. Thank you.
Are there further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Okay, the next, Renee Montiel. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. Can you hear me okay? I'm not used to speaking in a microphone. My name is Renee Montiel. I'm from Keene, New Hampshire. I am a birth and postpartum doula, a childbirth educator, and a reproductive health educator.
Can you move the mic a little closer to you?
Yes, is this better?
That's much better.
All right.
Thank you.
So I also have two school-age daughters, and I've started teaching them about consent at a very early age, you know, whether it's, you know, my one daughter wanting to bite her sister's toes. I'm like, no, you don't have consent to bite your sister. You know, things start really early on the home front. Teaching consent is teaching life skills. Teaching consent is also about giving all of our children the tools they need to navigate society safely, with confidence, and being able to hold firm boundaries with a strong sense of body sovereignty. It's about helping our children and teens learning to respect both their desires and the desires of others. It's about learning that other people's bodies don't exist to serve others. Teaching consent is teaching a social and emotional skill set. One may ask if it's necessary to teach it in schools, and I say yes. Teaching younger children starts with just teaching space, body, and touch. It's about giving permission, whether it's hugs or borrowing personal items. As an educator, I've been approached many times by parents asking me to help them either discuss this with their teens and their children or do it for them because they feel rather uncomfortable and their teenagers don't want to listen to them. I've also been asked to speak at the Waldorf School to teach a course on bodily autonomy and sexual reproductive health. Studies show that teaching consent does not increase sexual activities in teens, and that's something that's really important for people to understand because much of the sexual activity is being done under pressure. Teaching consent would better prepare them to navigate these situations with confidence. I've also seen the effects of what it is to navigate society without being taught these skills. I teach informed consent to my pregnant clients. If I've seen too many pregnant women just trying to have some bodily autonomy in the birthing room. Learning these skills later in life are still good, but wouldn't it be better if we didn't have to? Ultimately, teaching consent is teaching respect for other people's boundaries and being taught to enforce your own. And I believe that's something that we all want for our children. Thank you for your time.
One question,
Yes,
which
yes.
maybe as working in the field here, you may have some
Mhm.
understanding. 3 or 4 years ago, we had a bill coming up dealing with discipline in the schools.
Mhm.
And the bill read to the effect that a teacher could not touch the student without the student first giving permission. We were concerned as a committee
Yes.
that if you see two kids scuffling going down to the lunchroom, the teacher would probably be in error if they didn't put the hand on the shoulder of somebody and try and say, slow down, let's get it together. Is that then going to be interpreted if the teacher does this? And this happens oftentimes. The teacher will walk around the room and put the hand on the shoulder of the kid or help out, with
Yeah.
penmanship, what have you. Is that a personal boundary?
So this is a really good question. My mother is a special educator and the 4-3 school districts in Los Angeles. And she has at times had to restrain children. There's been times when someone has, a second grader has had a pair of scissors and tried to stab another child. When it comes to safety, this happened. When it comes to safety, this is a completely different matter. I don't feel that that's a matter of teaching consent or boundaries. You are intervening in a dangerous situation, and having a fight on the schoolyard and separating. You are acting in the name of safety. That's a completely different thing as consent and boundaries.
Thank you very much. That's where some language.
Yes.
Lawyers love it.
Yes, they do. They very much do. And I guess that's where we'd have to be very careful because
Yes.
I do understand that, like on a personal level, listening to my mother being a special ed director for 3 schools.
We have a lawyer in the room. They always get a smile when we mention the word lawyer. Okay, are there further questions? We have several in the room. That's why I'm
Really?
looking down to my right. Okay, no more questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Jody, from Keene. I can't, I apologize, Jody. I cannot,
Newell.
we both
Sorry.
can't.
I
Newell?
write in all capital letters so you can understand it. I've just gotten so bad that you can't understand those either.
That's
My name
okay.
is-
Welcome, Jody.
Thank you. My name is Jody Newell, and I'm from Keene. I am here today to speak in support of HB 1533 regarding the inclusion of consent in the sexual education curriculum. As a mother of 2 boys entering their teens, this topic is especially relevant to my own family. I have always tried to keep communication open and dialogue ongoing. In these conversations, I've found the aspect of consent to be inextricable from the broader topic. This is my personal experience, but to clarify the significance of consent in sexual education, I'd like to quote some folks far smarter than I am. Just about a year ago, Boston University School of Law published a paper discussing the results of various studies regarding consent in sex education. And so now I'm quoting from them, from this paper. Sex is not sex without consent. It's rape. A Columbia University study indicated that those who receive training in how to refuse sexual advances were less likely to be sexually assaulted in college. Equipping students with the ability to set their own boundaries is important, but teaching students to recognize and respect those boundaries in others is just as necessary to prevent sexual violence. Merely giving students the tools to help them potentially get out of a situation they don't want to be in is not enough, because it does not express the importance of consent in sexual interactions. As long as people fail to recognize and respect the consent of others, there will always be uncomfortable or dangerous situations to try to get out of. It's mopping up water from the overflowing sink without turning off the tap. Continuing on, they say for younger children, consent education reassures them that they have a say in what happens to their bodies, something many children are not aware of. And it teaches them to respect other people's choices as well. As students age, understanding consent is a concept that allows them to form fundamental understandings of what healthy relationships look like, with others look like. Beyond a reduction in sexual violence and misconduct, these are important life skills that reach far beyond sexual situations. Clearly, teaching about consent and physical boundaries is important. It's essential, and I hope that you will all vote in support of this addition to the sexual education curriculum.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Not seeing? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the deck here is Larry Welkowitz from Keene. A lot of people from Keene here today. Welcome.
Representative.
Pardon me?
I am a representative. Is that?
Oh, you say, well, have you representing self? Okay, you're not, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. My apology then for not inviting you up earlier.
That's fine. Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name, for the record, is Larry Welkowitz. I am a State House representative representing Cheshire District 4. I am also the chair and professor of psychology at Keene State College. I'm also a New Hampshire licensed psychologist, and I'm going to limit my remarks just to my clinical experience and in support of House Bill 1533, of which I'm also a co-sponsor. For the past 30 years, I have worked with a variety of at-risk populations, including children and adults on the autism spectrum, and I want to use this as an example. People with autism have particular social deficits that make it difficult for them to understand the intentions of others. They have what we call difficulties with theory of mind, understanding what other people are thinking and feeling. As a result, they often get in some trouble, sometimes in middle school and high school and at the college level as well. The trouble they get into is misunderstanding the intentions of others. And so, for example, a girl in school is nice to a boy and the boy misunderstands and starts to follow that girl around and pursues her aggressively. This leads to problems in the school. Often I get called in to sort of unpack and explain what is happening. In all of these cases, what we do is we teach consent skills to the student who's gotten into trouble. This is amazingly effective, and it's very easy to do. We simply teach the student how to obtain consent at every level of advancement. Simply, is this okay? Is it okay if I ask you out? Is it okay if I follow you to your cheerleader practice? Is it okay if I take your hand? Simply getting consent at every level of romantic advancement. When we teach those simple consent skills, those kids no longer get into trouble. As we were doing this for years, we started to realize that this was probably a good idea to teach other people as well. In fact, I even teach my friends how to do this. And we prevent these problems and these accusations of sexual misconduct tremendously by doing this simple type of consent training. So what I want to say, so one question that some of you may have is, why not leave this to families to do? This is the sort of thing that maybe families could do. And I agree. Wouldn't that be nice if families did that? I don't know about you, but my parents never did that with me. They didn't teach me those things. at least not in those ways. So if we teach this simple skill to our children, we'll prevent scores of problems from occurring. And it could be your own kid, it could be for a lot of state legislators, your grandchild perhaps, from being accused of misconduct or for getting in this sort of trouble. HB 1533 addresses this problem quickly and effectively. I'm reaching across the aisle on this one. Please support this bill so we can move it to the House. Thank you. House floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Tanner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I did teach consent back in like the 80s and 90s in sex ed, and I found it very striking to me that even people who don't have autism are very confused. Kids are very confused, and I was wondering what, I know drugs and alcohol were part of it, and certainly the popular culture was part of it, but is there have you found different reasons why certain people are really so confused about consent, and how it can happen that, for example, in my class, I had a girl who had suffered incest for years and didn't realize it until we did this in the class. It was very striking. How that occurs, that the confusion with consent,
Well, I think
other than you're autistic.
That's an excellent question. I think, just like autism occurs on a spectrum, so do social skills in general. Some of us are better than others at this. Hey, I'm talking to a bunch of state legislators. Some of you tend to talk at people rather than with people, but that's the nature of the job. This requires a very specific tuning into what other people are doing, their eyes, how their eyes are moving, facial expressions, body movements, and words that people say. And so there's a broad spectrum in terms of people's skills level in picking up on those skills. But if we teach people and why would we expect anyone to be a good mind reader, right? So if we say, look, assume that you can't read other people's minds, then just ask. And I think a lot of consent skill training is it's very simple. It's just asking people.
Thank you, Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm over here behind the speaker, Representative Welkowitz. From your professional experience, have you found that people confuse no means no with the aspect of consent? And what I'm asking is because I think, I know I was guilty of it myself with my own daughter, that because she was assertive, I felt like she had all bases covered because I figured she would just knock somebody's block off if they came near her, and the answer was no.
Yeah.
But there's more to consent, am I correct, than just no?
Yeah, there is more than just no. And, getting back to your point, I think I have to say parenthetically that, let's face it, we have a generation of kids who are being exposed to pornography and things like that, where they're getting really strange messages about romantic behavior, because pornography does not equal romantic behavior. So I think that also contributes to this idea in terms of romantic activities, what no means, because they're seeing a very different thing in social media and online pornography. But yeah, I think assertive behavior is good. We want to teach people to be able to tell people what they need and what they want and to be persistent. I think that probably is a positive factor. But then I think when you add this one extra layer of teaching everyone that no means no and that you must obtain consent at every level, I think that's the point of Amanda Toll's legislation, really, is that if everyone knows that at every level, if someone says no, then you stop, then we're going to prevent a lot of problems.
Thank you very much. I have a question for you, Representative. this change to the statute comes underneath health education instruction. And as a intermediate school principal for years, grades 4 through, right up through grade 8 at times, or through 6, we dealt with this area of health education, but it was, conveyed to us by parents, I don't want a person of the opposite gender working with my child, and so we had a school nurse that happened to be, she was wonderful, and we had a PE teacher that all the years, and there's several PE teachers laying around here, that was very good with and knew all the boys. There was a wonderful relationship. So we went that way, especially with the kids in grades 5 and 6. How, in your experience, who has done this? Who has done this instruction? Are schools having to go find a professional like yourself, or do they find a school nurse, or how do they convey this need to the kids? A lot of parents, I got my instruction from my father when we were looking at the University of Maine to go to school there, a little late.
Yeah.
So
I won't tell you what my father told me.
well,
It's
probably
not
nothing
the
if they're
appropriate
like mine.
place.
So, but at any rate, Rep, how can you help me out with who do we use for this instruction? Is there a special training or what?
I think there's some training and there are materials that are now widely available that are helpful, and I do think that wiggle room that was talked about previously matters to some extent too. There are materials out there, but I don't think it's complicated, and I agree with you that the relationship matters, that the kids have to believe that this person is giving you something that's helpful and that's important, and they have to transmit it in a way that is meaningful to you personally, that connects with you personally. I know, look, a lot of us can remember the gym teacher teaching us sex education and it not being so great, but I think that schools are much more hip to that. I think schools have come a long way since when we were kids, and I think they can find the right people on the ground to do this. I don't think you have to bring in outside people. It's just not that complicated. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yes, Representative Cordelli?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. Is this intended to be part of existing curriculum? Are we talking new curriculum that has to be developed?
No, I think it just fits right in. I think
Okay.
it slides right in with current health education. I
Okay,
think
'cause I was getting some mixed messages about whether it was part of existing courses or something new to be added.
It's simple. It's not complicated. It's pretty small. It's not costly at all. It's not really a cost issue. And there are people in the community, like some of the people who will speak today or have spoken today, who I'm sure will give their time to schools to help them with this. I know I will. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Sure, thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you very much. Pamela Keeley, is it? Kylie, well, sort of there,
You were very close.
of Concord.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Pamela Kylig, and I'm the Public Policy Specialist from the New Hampshire Coalition Against Domestic and Sexual Violence. As some of you may know, the coalition is the umbrella organization for our 12 community-based crisis centers, who each year provide free and confidential services to nearly 15,000 survivors of sexual and domestic violence in our state. I just want to briefly speak in support of HB 1533, and I really appreciate the opportunity to testify today. This legislation is critical to interrupting and ending the cycle of violence in New Hampshire. We know that violence prevention education has an immediate effect on the youth and families that participate in these programs and their ability to get the support that they need. Often, as I think you've heard earlier today, after attending these lessons, children will disclose abuse to a trusted adult,
And later, our Crisis Center advocates and educators are able to assist the student victims and their families who engage with the child advocacy centers and through the criminal justice process if that's what they'd like to go. Because of this education, students have come to understand what healthy relationship dynamics look like and learn how to identify unhealthy relationships and grooming behaviors. All important skills that will have long-lasting impacts on their development as they grow into mature adults. What this legislation proposes will only improve our response as a state to ending sexual violence as we continue to maximize our efforts to prevent abuse before it occurs. So this is a really critical prevention effort right here. And I know it was also mentioned, but we do have a violence prevention educator from one of our member programs who can definitely speak more to the specifics of those programs based on her years and years of experience implementing these really beneficial programs. But thank you so much, and I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next person is Emily Murphy. Emily, you wrote down information and didn't check whether you support, oppose, or what. So we oftentimes have people that have technical support or information like that to, advise. So perhaps what you can do is, if you have some further information to provide us, fine. Or if a committee member has a question, we can ask.
Okay.
We can go either way.
Is it okay for me to read my testimony, or should I?
Yes, you may. Yes,
Oh,
you may.
Okay.
Yeah.
I put my glasses
Oh,
on.
and by the way, if anybody has testimony that you're reading that you did not provide to the clerk here, it helps a lot if we can just put that in the record and not have to do it ourselves through our own penmanship. Go ahead. Sorry to bother, Emily.
Oh, no,
Go ahead.
thank you.
Go ahead.
I am learning the ropes. So good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Emily Murphy, and I'm a violence prevention educator for Haven, which is one of New Hampshire's community-based crisis centers that serves individuals and families in both Stratford and Rockingham County. I'm here to provide educational information for HB 1533, which will add education on consent and preventing sexual violence in our state's health education curriculum. Thank you for this opportunity to testify about this valuable legislation today. This bill is about health education and the well-being of New Hampshire children. Preventing sexual violence is key to healthy development. We see the importance of smoking prevention education because of the damaging health effects. It's important enough to be part of health curriculums. The negative health impacts of child sexual abuse and other forms of sexual violence are staggering. They include depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, substance abuse, and even suicide. Brain scans have shown that children who have been abused can have similar changes to the brain as soldiers in combat. The pain and suffering and difficulties of having to live with sexual violence not only hurts the individual, but families too. And this is not to mention the incredible healthcare costs from that trauma. Not providing education to prevent something so profoundly impactful can be devastating to our communities. This is especially important in New Hampshire, where 1 in 4 women and 1 in 20 men have reported being sexually assaulted. What is particularly horrifying is of those reported, 41% of sexual assaults against girls occurred before the age of 18. And when you're talking about boys, 68% of sexual assaults committed against boys occurred before the age of 18. It is our responsibility to protect young people in our state, and providing adequate education on consent and sexual violence prevention is essential in order to ensure they grow up healthy, happy, and safe. I have been doing sexual violence prevention education in schools for over 17 years. It is not always the easiest job, but it is incredibly rewarding. I can't count how many times a teen has come up to thank us for doing this education or disclosing that they were a survivor and they were so grateful that we were there. Or the 8th grade girl who came up to me at the end of the presentation asking if it really, really wasn't too late to tell, if she could really tell. Or the 8th grade boy who disclosed to a guidance counselor after our workshops that he had been sexually abused by his babysitter when he was younger. This boy had been seeing a therapist for years for unresolved anxiety, yet the past abuse never came up in all those sessions. Until he participated in that school-based prevention education, he hadn't recognized what had happened to him as abuse because the babysitter was female. Kids deserve this education. It can be a literal lifeline. Telling someone you have been or are being sexually abused or assaulted is not easy. And then not talking about it only makes it that much more difficult. And the silencing of victims and survivors can be just as harmful as the abuse itself. And kids don't automatically know what's okay. Social media and the culture at large can send very strange messages about whether you need consent and what a healthy relationship looks like. They are getting education on these things, but in inappropriate and sometimes dangerous ways. Leaving this type of education to social media influencers and the like is unfair. Ensuring that there is developmentally appropriate, trauma-aware education around consent and sexual violence prevention can neutralize some of the toxic media that kids are inundated with on basically a daily basis. But what about a parent's comfort in this being taught? According to David Finkelhor from the Crimes Against Children Research Center at UNH, multiple studies have found that parent-child communication improves after involvement in prevention education. And with that in mind, I want to end with a letter Haven, where I work, received from a New Hampshire parent. My daughter is in 2nd grade, and today she came home with her pamphlet and coloring book. We went over it, and I asked her a lot of questions. She was clearly paying attention to you. My husband and I both knew when our kids were born that we would fear the same things that happened to us happening to them. We were afraid of scaring them by even talking about it. Would they think the world is an awful place? Would talking bring back those awful feelings that we remember from our own vastly different traumatic experiences? Could the years of anxiety that we felt as adolescents transfer to them? But if we never talked about it, how could we teach them to? So we have said many of the same things to our children that you did. Stressing that their bodies belong only to them, teaching about consent, and that no matter what, they can tell us anything. I am so happy that an organization like yours exists. Thank you for what you are doing. And that's the end of that letter. So in conclusion, HB 1533 will help ensure that education on consent and sexual violence prevention is taught in our schools for all those kids and adults who have already suffered, and to help our current and future youth live healthier and freer lives. Thank you very much, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Lakes.
Thank you. Can you give me a guess or give us a guess as to how long the instruction takes? Like how much out of a year's time would be spent on this?
Sure. I mean, it can vary, school to school. For Haven and the schools that we go into, our kindergarten program is 45 minutes, and that's just once a year. I mean, there's other things that can supplement. For us coming in, it's just 45 minutes. And then 1st through 6th grade, it's an hour-long presentation. And then 7th grade, it's 2 sessions, and then 2 one-hour sessions. And then 8th grade, it is 3 one-hour sessions. And that's over an entire year.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
As a follow-up to that, do you have a sample curriculum that you use for that?
Yeah, we use a curriculum that's based on a lot of different information or a lot of different resources. So it's research-based. There are evidence-based curriculums out there as well. We use a research-based one.
It'd be nice to have some information like that. This bill, the way it's written, goes in effect 60 days after. And that's not a lot of time for school districts to gear up with a curriculum. In fact, and training and inclusive. So, if you have something, please, make it available.
Yeah, I can certainly, follow up. And I know for us, we do the actual presentations, and we do them free of charge to the schools so that they don't necessarily have to. They can just have us come in.
You're going to come up to Colebrook?
There should be an agent. There are agencies across the state that do this type of education.
Thank you very much. Any questions, further follow-ups? Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a card right here from Alberto Soto from Middlebury College.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Alberto Soto. I'm a licensed doctoral level psychologist and the director of counseling at Middlebury College. I'm here to talk in support of this bill. Throughout my career, I've worked at counseling centers at Brigham Young University in Utah, Brown University, and Swarthmore College. Undoubtedly, the biggest presenting concern that shows up in a counseling center is related to trauma. When I was at Brown University, I was a transformative practices specialist, where I specialized working with students who had caused harm. And so I've worked with students on both ends of the trauma cycle. Consent is both a teachable skill and it is context dependent, which means that there are a number of factors that impact the understanding of consent. And so the ability to tune into that is dependent on those social skills. And it's age appropriate, it's developmental. It builds on, just like learning algebra, it builds off of previously learned material and previously learned skills. Education is a great equalizer, and the only way that we can help prevent harm is through education and through preventative measures. Preventative measures such as this, by teaching consent, will have a far broader reach than treatment, where after harm has been caused, students can be in the counseling center for years and years trying to treat the trauma of what happened, whether they caused the trauma or they were the recipient of trauma. And so I am incredibly supportive of this bill and think that it will have far-reaching effects, not just for students here in New Hampshire, but students from New Hampshire as they go out to other colleges, other universities, where they are interacting with people from different cultures, people from different regions. So I'm supportive of this bill and think that it will have a broad-reaching effect in preventing trauma and harm.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Yes, Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming to speak to us today. From your experience with individuals who have caused harm, what do you think the impact would be on the rate of individuals who cause harm had they been consent trained themselves as kids?
Yeah. So clinically, the experience of seeing students who have received consent training, it greatly reduces the risk of causing harm. Empirically, that's also supported. If they do cause harm, it tends to be less impactful. And perhaps the biggest thing is that it normalizes the fact that consent is a complicated construct that can be learned and is difficult for many people to tune into. So when people do cause harm, they're much more likely to come and ask for help because it reduces shame, it reduces stigma around something like consent, where we tend to think of relationships as being fairly simple and sexual interactions as being simple, but they're incredibly complicated. And so this goes a great way to reducing stigma and shame if harm is caused, and it does a great deal of effort to reduce the likelihood of harm.
Thank you. Are there further questions? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good drive back. Okay, we do not have any other pink cards for this bill, so I will conclude this hearing. And we're going to take about 2 minutes and then come right back to open up our last hearing. Thank you. The last card from Mr. Soto. I think he has his phone number reversed there on there. If he's from Vermont, it's
802?
It's 802, I'm sure.
Yep, I know that to be true.
And I'm not the
Good
one,
catch.
I don't want to embarrass him more, so let's just change it.
Good catch, Mr. Chair.
Well, my vet's over there.
The
My
20
kids are over there.
There you
Their
go.
doctor's over there.
207 is Maine, 802 is.
That's
Vermont.
right, exactly. 617's Mass.
Well, a little piece of that.
Parts of it now, yeah. Used to be all of it, years ago.
We're coming down?
Is this off of 1533? Yeah. And Rick
Yep.
probably. That's my stuff. And this is her stuff.
Oh, you got her stuff.
Yep. Yep. So I was late this morning, I had to get my Comcast cable back in internet back. So I was the first guy to come in, but Howard broke Ken, so did he introduce something? And how did that go? I just asked because he's a friend and if I had been here, I could have peppered him with a good question or two. I know
a little late.
he was hoping Sean Gasker would be here.
That's right. Okay, now I'll begin. Yes, he was told to Sean was not here. And then the question was, especially groups not included. So there were certain ones that this is, representing different groups. And some of the group was
I saw him at noon and he said that he had forgotten about it until he got a text or something. So he showed up and he was okay, I guess. Yeah, I hated to miss that, because I know him and I know that, yeah, I know that he was hoping applicant to just introduce the bill and let Jasper talk, but Jasper, I guess, didn't show up. Yep. So our last bill is 1144.
And by Thrillsville, I went by Brad Turner, it's the same thing.
And I'm gonna tell you, my daughter's a first grade teacher. She teaches to be doing consent in first grade.
Like I said, they're way ahead of me on that. And
They start very young, but, you know, now it's not okay that the kid next to you is teaching, and we're sitting in a certain room, we're going like this. No, they can't touch you, you know. They just start very young about everything about consent. Obviously, it's not on a sexual level with them, but they start teaching very young what consent means.
Well, that sounds like it's a good thing, I think. I'm just anticipating, like, legal.
It is a good thing. And by the way, the language in it, I got no problem with the language because it's clear. You know, you'll get some, I wrote DAG on one of the other bills. I'm like, this would be DAG, some DAG under the law. That language should not be there. That language in there is fine.
The language is presented today. It's
Yeah.
just the line, I read the three parts of it that I had questions about definition.
No, it's fine. At least from my point of view, but I mean, as somebody who looks at that language, like, is this gonna be so vague under the law? I don't think there would be any problem with that language today. There's other language I had in there that I've got notes going, this language is too vague, I'm not sure if what would uphold it. So I have certainly seen that in bills that have been figured, but not that bill.
Okay.
Well, every time I come back, I find more on my plate here. Did you get this one?
You don't wanna be cheaper, you have the right to say no to some stuff. You know, like, it's just really, really interesting. You don't have to let anybody do those things.
Well, you know, boys on boys, I mean, I'm just, the wheels are turning, and I know when I was in first grade, second grade, so.
One last bill here on the docket for today. It's House Bill 1144, requiring public schools to teach labor history. And Representative Gallagher, you are here, ready to present. Welcome.
So, hi, I'm Representative Eric Gallagher from Merrimack County District 15. That's Ward 6 here in Concord. I grew up here in Concord, went to Concord Public Schools, Rumford Elementary, Rodlet Middle School, and Concord High School. And so one thing I heard a lot in the school system growing up was that the teachers are trying to prepare students for the workplace, for getting a job, for what they're going to do when they grow up. And looking back on it, one thing that I've realized is that to the extent that they do that, it's a very biased view of what skills students need to use in the workplace. A lot of it's biased towards the employer's point of view, and there's not really as much education from the worker's point of view of what sort of skills they might need to stand up to their boss, to fight for higher wages and better working conditions. And so I think a way to help students better learn how to do that would be to look at some historical examples of how exactly the labor movement has fought for improved workplace conditions in the past. So that's why I decided to introduce this bill to add labor history to the public schools history curriculum. So it's a pretty simple bill, just a few lines. It took two drafts. The one thing I changed was to make sure to specify that this is as part of the standard history curriculum. Like, it's not. I'm not saying schools need to create a separate class for it or anything, just that they should mention something about labor in their regular history classes. Yeah, I think that would help improve things for students, so that way they can know what powers they have when they step into the workplace from their own point of view rather than just their employers. So that's the bill, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much, Representative. Are there any questions for the Representative? Yes, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative. I was just wondering what you would see, or what would you see being meant by other labor actions? What would be other labor actions that should be included in instruction?
So, so there's a number of things that labor can do in terms of negotiating with management, like, even just the creation of the whole collective bargaining process in the first place. Like, I don't even know how that came to be in the first place. That's something I'd like to learn. how that got placed into law. And it mentions strikes. There's other actions that labor can take short of strikes, like work to rule, for example, where you only do the stuff that's specifically mentioned in your contract and not any of the extra stuff. And there's protests that aren't technically strikes. Like, for example, a few years back when I was in college, market basket workers, they're for the keeping Arthur T. Demoulas as the chair of Market Basket. That wasn't technically a strike or anything, but the workers were still protesting and fighting for their preferences to be heard in the corporate decision-making process. So I think that would count as something that's a labor action that isn't technically a strike.
Thank you very much, Representative. Are there further questions? Not? Yes, Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you envision this, were to move forward, as being a standalone course or embedded in an existing course?
I'd see this as being embedded in the existing history curriculum, just to add some extra mentions of labor to the existing American history curriculum and New Hampshire history curriculum. I mean, yes, it is kind of vague. But yeah, I think that since it says standard history curriculum, that means part of the existing course rather than a standalone.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further questions? Yes, Representative Ford.
Microphone?
A question that comes to mind to me as a former union president twice over is that if you teach these subjects as history per se, you have a way of fixing things in the past that may not be existing in the current working conditions. And I would suggest that maybe you might want to consider as well the idea of teaching it as something like working conditions or some conditions of work rather than as a history course. Maybe a better place to look at would be career planning or something like that, to include those kinds of things that are contemporary rather than historical. Because there's been some brutal, terrible, strikes, as you know, and things like that. And I'm not sure that those are likely to happen again as they worked out then. But they do point to the vehemence or the feeling of voice powerlessness that they felt, and they grew out of that. But right now, things are transforming dramatically in the workplace. And so that what used to be management is now part of employment. And so the roles are changing, and that's what I think might be more useful to contemporary students. I ask that in a sense of, I think it's an important subject. Just how do we go about educating people?
So you mentioned about how strikes used to be violent in the past and how we know that, but the thing is, I don't think a lot of students these days do actually know that. I didn't really learn about violence being part of the labor struggle until I was in college. I do think that, well, yes, these things did happen in the past. The past is connected to the present, and a good history teacher ought to be able to help students understand how exactly the past is connected to the present. So yeah, I do think it's worth keeping the historical perspective in this bill, but I would be interested in working on a bill to do some of those other ideas you had as well with you if you wanted to make an amendment or something.
Thank you. Further questions? Not seeing, thank you very much.
Thank you.
With that, I don't have any other pink cards here, so I'm going to close this hearing on 11:44. Thank you, and that concludes our docket for today. Have a safe drive home.